I've been slacking with making the VODs thing. So I'll probably have to do that tonight at some point, but... Is that the controller acting up again? Or is that just me leaning into it? I think it was just me leaning into it. No, we're good. Alright. To head for Sheraton, that's right, okay. We saved the world! Woo! I'm actually curious, without the score, what's the plan? A lot of these countries now gotta like change the way they handle shit. Also, the game seems kind of loud. I might be able to fix... I'm gonna double check. Because the last time that it was too loud, it had been... It was at 60, now it's at 75. I don't know if I changed that or not. But that music was almost peaking. There's no... Oh. Alright, I had to fix that. Also, I forgot. I need to throw some of these cans in my fucking box. I don't know where we're gonna meet. I forget who we're meeting here.
What? You came to borrow the Albior too?
Someone else came to borrow it?
He looked just like you. Said his name was Ash. He was so insistent, I lent him the Albior 3.
When was that?
About a month ago, around the time the Outer Lands got lowered. He said he was going to the radiation gate.
That's when he helped me.
Yeah. That scene was so beautiful, because at first you're like, oh shit. Is something bad about to happen? Because, like, apparently in the original Tales of Destiny, when, so it's a really minor spoiler for anyone who maybe plans to play it. There's, over the course of the game, you know, they have their Tales of twist, as I like to call it. You know, the shift in, oh, we beat the big bad evil guy, and it's like, oops, nope, no we didn't. But, they have a moment where they, you know, an outer shell starts to form around its planet, similar to the way that it was portrayed here in this game. But what ends up happening, apparently, I mean, it'll really a lot less of a spoiler considering. I mean, it's a JRPG. The party doesn't fail. I don't think the party fails in a single Tales of game. At least when the final moment comes, I should say. But you know, as you're succeeding, apparently, a level of hesitation by the party ends up getting a large swath of civilians murdered. That's not in the director's cut version. They basically realized that was a bit extra for like their shonen, you know, based story, and I think it got cut for that reason. And realistically, I think that's a fair cut, because it didn't really make sense for these like very righteous, very, you know, at the end of their goal, all this time they spent and they hesitated at the final moment, but not enough to like not do it, just enough to kill a couple people. You know, it's like it's a bit weird. But that's kind of the point I was getting at, though, is that like when that started to happen, and like they're like not going to be able to lower everything properly, and then all of a sudden it starts to fail, and you're like, ah, shit, there's going to be a chunk of this world that doesn't survive this. And then Ash is like, nah, bro, I got you. I think it was pretty good. It's one of those things like you could expect it. If you were given enough time to see it that far ahead. But because it happened in the moment of the failure. It just felt like it had an impact that was really nice. It was paced perfectly, I think.
What about after that? Did he say anything? Like where he was going?
Which I think Tales of the Abyss kind of, or not even, sorry, I mean Tales of in general, including Tales of the Abyss, always have had a pacing problem. I think it's probably one of the lower points of the series. Like if we had to list of pros and cons, and the cons list, it would be pacing. I think that's a pretty fair statement. Sometimes it goes too fast, sometimes it goes too slow, so on and so forth. But the point I'm getting at though is that was done really well, and it was definitely like a direct example of the fact that they can do it right, and they have done it right, I should say, considering old game and all. But yeah, I liked it. So I like that they're giving context to it here, though. I guess it's kind of what reminded me of it.
No?
If you're looking for Ash, he said he was going to Yulia City.
What?
My brother Genji is the pilot. He returned the other day and said he was going to Yulia City.
So you want the Albior, right? Well, will you fly it for him?
Of course.
Thanks. I'm always troubling you.
Not at all. I like flying. And it's an honor to do so with you again.
You know, this is a really weird thought to cross my mind, but whenever I see the name Noelle lately, I just think of Genshin Impact, because they're Noelle, who is, I think, one of the few characters in the game that is given a potential canon love interest to the main character. But my brain went there a little bit, and I get to thinking, is there no JRPG out there where the main character doesn't just end up I mean, obviously Tales of games leave it vague enough that you could argue that nothing ever, well, except again Tales of Destiny. I suppose they do confirm that one, even though it's not in the game. They do confirm, or in the first game. It's in the second game. I think the opening literally confirms it. It's pretty good. But point I'm getting at is I wonder what it would be like if a JRPG gave a love interest to a character that just wasn't a part of the party. Or more specifically, wasn't a combat character even, for that matter. They might be a travel companion or something, A group of adventurers, having a, lengthy, meaningful relationship with a character that they'd never interact with would be a bit weird. So, a passerby in a town would probably be a little bit out of the question. But I don't know. I'm trying to think. I don't think there is. I mean, you could argue games like Final Fantasy 15, and I think Final Fantasy 9? Or was it 4? I forget which one was basically a road... not a road trip, but a adventure to get the dude to his wedding. I mean, that was what 15 was, but I could have sworn 4 or 9 had a similarity to that as well. I haven't played either 4 or 9. I've heard accounts of some plot description, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering too. In all fairness, anyways, I digress. So I mean, I guess I can think of a couple of games where there's a semblance there, but I'm thinking more along the lines of someone who's not even plot important. They're just a friend of the group, or an adjacent character or something. So Noelle here, I mean, she's important. She flies our ship, but she's otherwise meh. They could have put any character in her shoes. She could die, and one of the party members takes up her shoes. It really wouldn't change the story any, right? She's not really story important. She's just a character, which is fair. I mean, there's always going to be characters like that. But I don't know. Let's say instead of Luke, potentially what they've kind of hinted about Natalia and Tyr. What if Luke just was nah, I like Noelle. Noelle's always been there for us, or something, right? I don't know. It could be an interesting take. Obviously, this far in the game, it wouldn't make much sense, but point.
I'll move the Albior outside.
By the way, where are you going?
I'm going to visit the others.
If we're following Ash, we're going to Yulia City. Tyr's there too.
No one asked you to decide.
Oh, I figured it was about the planet storm getting stronger.
You've heard about that too?
Yep. It's all right for now. But if the planet storm grows any stronger, the Tartarus may not be able to suppress the core's vibration.
I see. When I get to Yulia City, I'll ask them about that too.
Come to think of it, wouldn't it be better? Wait, there are no. Well, I mean, I talked about both Noels, in all fairness, but Noelle is a great character actually in Genshin Impact. It's a really sad that she. So I kind of like this aspect of Genshin. A small tangent about Genshin. I don't know how. Whatever. Genshin has this cool element to it, where not all playable characters are plot important. So for instance, Noelle, Bennett, Xingqiu, Chongyun, Xinyan, fuck. There's only a handful of them. That's why I started listing them off. Fuck, who else? I may have actually listed them all off. I think there's a couple 5 stars like that too, but I can't remember who off the top of my head. I guess Eula, but we... No, Venti's very, very, very plot important. In fact, I'd say he's literally the driving force of the story, even up to this point. I don't want to spoil anything for anyone that's like waiting to deep dive. No, Razor's pretty big to the main story. It hasn't come up yet, but there's actually something really big about Razor's backstory that ties deeply into another region that we haven't gotten yet in the game, and we won't be getting for a long time. Probably not for another like 2 years, I think. 2-3 years. Yeah, something to keep in mind, Mondstadt is actually very, very important to the overall plot, considering Mondstadt was built, well, not necessarily on top, but near the original capital of Conrea. As of right now, he's not. But no, but these other characters I'm talking about, though, they're straight up just 100% not plot important. They probably will never be plot important. Like you won't see them in a main quest. You won't see them in an Archon quest. And they won't like move the plot any. Razor will probably one day move the plot. Like I can almost guarantee it. In fact, because he's linked to Varka, and Varka is therein linked to Vanessa and Jean, and Vanessa is linked to Diluc, which both of those characters are then linked to Natlan, which means that they're all linked to Venti, meaning Venti's also linked to Natlan, so on, so on, so on. I actually wouldn't be surprised if by the time, or when we get to Natlan, if they don't also worship Venti. Just based on the, I mean, they probably won't do that, but like, I wouldn't be surprised if they did it. If they both worship the God of War and Venti. Because Venti basically saved a large swath, a large chunk of their civilization. Venti, they don't really let on about it in the game very much, but he's actually a really good dude. It was why when they dropped the hint that the Archons might have been the evil people, that might have been like the overall antagonists of the series. You good, controller? Like, you want to stop that, please? Only Barbados. Oh, sorry. I guess that's a fair point. Although, to be fair, the people of Natlan might know him as Venti, though. So, minor spoilers for the comic. It's literally the first chapter. Venti literally descends, picks a fight with the nobles, the Lawrence clan at the time, right? Basically tells them, "LOL, you nerds, you don't got this shit under lock." He introduces himself to Vanessa, as well as Venti and Barbados. And then when their entire like group of slaves are about to be slaughtered, he like descends, and he's like, "Yo, kill the dragon. You got this. Promise." And she's like, "Alright, I'll kill the dragon." They kill the dragon. Dude basically is overthrown by the citizens. Long story, blah blah blah. But not all of the red-haired slaves stayed in Mondstadt. Or Mond, as it was called at the time. I think only really Diluc's family, which are direct descendants of Vanessa, stayed, while the rest of them went back home. Returned to, Natlan. Goes in Slayer. Yeah, dude. Honestly, Eventi is probably single-handedly one of the most important characters in all of Genshin, and he, like, a lot of people won't know that because they're like, oh, Zhongli, his story was so, you know, robust and cool. And don't get me wrong, Venti's story quest was great, but the Archon quest was rather basic. I mean, I think most starter things in games end up being really basic and boring. I feel like that's just a staple. Like, we've talked about this at length. Like, Persona is notorious for having horribly slow, tutorial-ridden beginnings. JRPGs, other kinds of JRPGs have had very similar issues. I haven't had much of an issue like that with Tales yet. I think Tales of Destiny, I was a little annoyed by, if I recall correctly. It was either that or Fantasia, I forget. One of the early games, though, I had a very slow start that I wasn't too fond of. But yeah, no, it's a common thing in JRPGs, so I'm not too worried about, like, I don't know. I feel like I've been conditioned to just to realize I need to get past that hurdle, get over that hump, and just not judge a game based on it. Simply due to the fact that I know I really wouldn't enjoy JRPGs at all. I wouldn't enjoy RPGs in general. Let's be real. If I didn't do that, and I know there's people out there who argues like, oh well, they shouldn't do that. They should make interesting and engaging beginnings. It's like, well, yeah, but they also need to make informative and concise and make sure I actually know what I'm fucking doing when I play the game. They need to introduce the story to me at the same time, so they're juggling like 5-6 different very important aspects of a game out the gate. I get why it's a slog. I get why it's boring. I don't think that it's a negative thing. It's a necessary evil in a way, despite it really being something that I have a hard time with. But besides the point, right? The first palace, them and all, I thought it was pretty good in Persona 5 stuff. It was pretty stuff. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. It wasn't exactly the like palace itself, or even the story that wrapped around the palace that was necessarily bad. I think that it definitely was weaker than the rest of the game for certain, but like it was more or less like everything that wrapped around it. Yeah, there's just so much extra explanation stuff. There was a ton there to fuck with, and while I wouldn't judge the game based on it, I mean I remember it, but no, come on. Okay, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't think that palace was bad. Just that boss fight was. And the boss fight would have been perfectly fine if we just knew what to expect going in. That's all they needed to do. They needed to have a similar fight before him, or have like a string of similar fights, similar, that got us in the mindset for it. But instead, they designed a boss that didn't do anything that the palace did. I 100%, if my words get to anybody considering playing Persona 5, you're gonna eventually get to an area, I think it's like Palace like 5 or 6. It's the one where you get where Haru joins the party. Anyways, be aware that you might want to look up a walkthrough on how to beat that boss before you get to it. Make sure to like directly search straight to the boss fight. Don't spoil yourself on anything. But just understand what you should bring to the fight, or else you're going to be there a while. In fact, sometimes you will have to reload the game. Like literally fail it on purpose, reload the game, and change your party. because you actually can't beat it with any party combination. Not that it's like a strict thing, but you may need to actually change your party. So, it happened to me, and it was annoying. For the palace and the boss fight. They fixed the palace, it made the boss worse. Oh, I suppose that's fair. I only played Royal, so if there was anything that might have been different in the original, I wouldn't have known, but... I wonder what kind of business Ash might have in Yulia City. Oh, at least we know where he is. Yeah. And Tyr's in Yulia City, too. Who said anything about Tyr? Mew? Don't you want to see her? Well, yeah, I want to. I mean, I want to see everybody. You want to see Tyr or not? I said everybody, not just Tyr. But besides, if we miss Ash... Wait. Mew. Look, you're getting on my nerves today, okay? What did I do? Oh, hey, it's our Cheagle pal. He seems happy. That's good. Forget the skill to change party members on the fly like me. I don't know if we had that at the time. I feel like we didn't. I think we did, but it was only on the on Joker's turn. I think it was is how that went. No, I think it is a perfect incentive and a perfect set of rewards for interacting with the game's systems. You know, some people are like, well, quality of life should just be built in. It's like, well, I'm a fan of quality of life. Don't get me wrong. I don't think quality of life means that you get your hand held, right? It's like Dark Souls adding in the ability to hold down on the D-pad to go back to your first menu item instead of having to menu hot swap, and if you fucking miss your Estus, you gotta go around again, right? Like I there's people that used to complain about that, right? They're like, oh well, being able to menu properly in the middle of a fight is a set of skill. It's like, no, it's not. We're human, and there's a chance I hit the button one extra fucking time in the middle of fighting. What is the difference in holding the button? Like, that takes time too. Like, it takes like an extra like half second. But the point is that if I'm slamming down on the button and I hit the right amount, it changes nothing for anybody, right? Now, the vice versa. There's some people that would call quality of life like them doing things that allow you to tackle things in easier ways, or cheesier ways. But that's not true. That's just difficulty being altered, right? But yeah, no, I think quality of life is a big thing. But at the same time, you know, if a dev implements a system and they implement it in a way where it's difficult and maybe it's a little tedious, grindy even, especially in a game with time mechanics, where it's meant to kind of make you think about it. It'll start to make you weigh whether or not you, like, let's say you don't ever interact with like a certain aspect of the game, and you notice there's a character that's where all of their social links, you know, go down. Like we did that with multiple things, right? So you just ignore that character unless you really want to, you know, go through the social links, you know, and you start to focus down and figure things out like that. And I think that it actually ended up feeling really nice to finally unlock certain things, like side party member EXP gain was something I very much valued, so I fucking beelined it for it. You know, just things like that. It's like, I think I love that. I'm right there with you. I think that they did a wonderful job, and I think if more games could somehow do things like that, it would be beautiful, because you're properly rewarded for things that, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, honestly, there really is a bit of a metaphor there, right? Yeah. Get friends, make life easy. Perfect. Move with motion in Monster Hunter. About being able to buy quality of life stuff or from quests. I think as long as that's done in a decent way, I don't think there's any real problem with that. Okay, nothing new. Alright, that's fine. I'm gonna double check. But I feel like there comes a bit of an issue with being able to buy it. Oh, quality of life DLC is bullshit. Yeah, 100%. You should not be making a problem and then selling the solution back to people. That's just scummy. In fact, I think in real life, if you were to do something like that, like non-video game related, I think that's actually illegal. For video games, there's no regulation for it, but I'm pretty certain that's illegal. If you were to create a problem, like let's say you built a building, and you built it with like some level of like integrity, or like negative integrity, where do we go to get on the ship? I actually kind of forget. Anyways, if you were to build it with like negative integrity in some way, and then you're like, oh, okay, well, listen, this is the only way we could build this, and it's going to need maintenance every 6 months. I don't know what like regular building maintenance time frames are, but let's say like they're normally like a year or two, right? And they're like, no, this is new, it's high tech, it's gonna be really fucking great for your building, but it needs to be maintained every 6 months. Kind to find out that's not true. They literally built it in a way where they could have built it better and they didn't. I'm pretty certain if you can prove that, that's illegal. They are literally selling you back, you know, that stuff through their maintenance. But video games get away with it. Now, someone's gonna be like, no, Victim, that's not illegal, but it is scummy as fuck. Like, oh, well, my bad. I just thought it was, but, we'll see. I guess if anybody knows, feel free to correct me. But how am I supposed to live without the score to rely on? I'm a little sad that there isn't a capacity core shop. I wonder if this was like a scrapped idea that they just left in for like having a separate function. Yeah, the packs with. All I do is reset the bomb. You know, now that you mention it, I have read stories like that. Also, where the hell am I supposed to go? Am I just supposed to leave and it's like at the port now or something? It would look like I maybe just leave. I never did get a chance to like search this place though. There might be like leave here. Does not look like it. Alright, let's just head to the port and see. But yeah, I have heard about stories like that. Although I think generally when, at least any of the stories that I've seen, generally when that kind of stuff happens, you know, I ran back and I'm like, you know, that kind of looks like a switch. I wonder what happens if I hit it. I don't know why. My brain. Oh. Speaking of quality of life. Anyways, but I think usually when that kind of stuff happens, it's like the company's already making like a very legally, you know, sketchy something or other, and so they could try to take the person to court, but they'd also have to admit their own wrongdoing in the process. What did that button do? Made the clicking noise. Alright. Enough fooling around. You gotta take care? Alright, sounds good. You have a good day, man. I guess Yulia City is just... Oh, that's cool. It explains that there's a reason why they exist. There's still a bit of a hole showing there. Looks like it's just an issue with the map. Oh, old man's here to see us.
It's good to see you again, Luke.
How are things in Yulia City? I heard it got a little chaotic.
I was worried about what would happen to this world now that it's strayed from the score. I wasn't sure if the people of this city could adapt, but we seem to be managing. So, what brings you here?
I wanted to ask if Ash had been here lately.
Ah, he was just here. He asked if there were a way he could get to the core.
The core? Why?
He mentioned something about Lorelei, but wouldn't tell me the details.
Lorelei.
Ash, Luke, I will send you the key. Use it to set me free. One who would seize glory is trying to capture me.
Is it connected to that voice I heard? Is that why he hasn't come back to Batical?
Master, what is it?
Nothing.
Ash may have been concerned about the planet storm strengthening as well.
Is the situation with the core vibration that serious?
No, there is no immediate risk. Tyr is collecting documents for a report on the subject to Phone Master Ion. Please speak with her if you're concerned.
Cool. What's Ash up to anyway? Is he just going to skip out on Batical entirely? I don't know. The core, Lorelei, Planet Storm. I don't have a clue what's going on. Would Tyr know? Well, she's writing up a report, so she probably knows something. Let's go see her. She's our best chance. Okay. Also, now that it's not like all dark and gloomy here, it actually looks really nice. There's actually a way better color scheme here than I thought there was. Also, the glow effects seem to be fixed. For the time being, at least. That's such a subtle difference, but I like it. Something that may not be readily noticed, his eyes are actually a lot more open in his second form. To show that he's not looking at the world in a narrow view anymore. That's a really subtle nod, but I love it.
Thank you for praying for Van.
Long time no see. Thanks for the letter.
You're welcome. I'd never written a letter before.
It was very... you.
I was just telling Van about you.
Tyr.
Van tried to abandon the original human race in order to eliminate the score. But I'm sure we can turn this world into one without the score. Why did my brother choose such an extreme method? What was wrong with your method, Luke? That's all I've been thinking about for this past month. I'm hopeless.
I'm the same way. The more I think about it, the more scared I get. I shouldn't be in that manner. Ash should. But if I were forced out of my home, I don't know how I'd live.
You can always find a way to live. You can get a job, even if it's a meager one.
I know that. I'm sorry. But I don't even really have a name. Or a family. I'm empty. But in that mansion, I have the role of Luke. At least I don't have that worry there.
But you don't look happy. You look very worried.
Mother said the same thing. I guess it really is written on my face. I don't even have a place at home. Everyone looks at me like, there's the replica.
Oh, but at the very least your mother isn't one of them, right?
But what if Ash comes back? How do I know they won't say they don't need me anymore?
Have you forgotten what you said to King Ingobert about Natalia? Your memories of those 7 years together are real, for you and your parents.
I understand that in my head. I'm me, but what am I? Master Van asked me, can you not live unless you were born for some purpose? That's the way I am. I get worried not knowing what I was born for.
What did that journey mean to you? Wasn't it a journey to change yourself?
I accidentally skipped that a bit. My bad.
I wanted to change, but first, I need a me to change. I don't have a me in the first place. So I think I need to find myself.
Maybe you should ask everyone whether you really have a you or not.
Everyone?
The companions you traveled with. I'll go with you too.
But your body's suffering from the miasma.
I can suppress the pain with medicine. It shouldn't get any worse since the miasma's gone. And? Never mind. I need to deliver my report to Doth anyway. We can see Annis there.
Okay, let's go together. But take care of yourself.
Right. Thanks.
Hey. Alright, I guess that means we're off to Doth. Man, I hate the summertime, having my window open. I hear the weirdest sounds, or the most consistent sounds. It is just annoying. Fucking... I think I just heard a church bell. There's no church nearby with a bell. No. We could fuck ourselves by going through the Yulio Road right now. I'm glad they didn't let me do it, but I was a little surprised that they thought of that. Luke, Mew, it's nice to see you again. You too! Yeah, feels like it's been a long time. Yes, it does. Though, it looks like you haven't changed much. I kept myself prepared so that I could leave at any time. Mew, Mew? Even with the crust lowered, there's no telling what could happen. These Order of Lorelei clothes may still prove useful. My clothes? You really haven't changed, have you? That's a relief. Master, you look a little more cheerful now. Yeah, I guess. Alright, looks like we're off to Doth. And it's ready to greet us.
This stone lists the victims.
She's just a tour guide now?
That concludes the explanation of the monument. Thank you. Here's the sermon fee.
Annis, you know it's forbidden to take offerings outside the institution.
Ah, Tyr. And Luke. Oh. Please let it go, just this once.
No.
I have to pay back the debt Papa and Mama were tricked into. Please, please.
That's some story.
Yeah, don't you feel sorry for me?
Nope. Considering I think that you might have ulterior motives, probably not, no?
Thanks to that, all my income and all of Papa and Mama's income is taken away.
I do feel sorry for you, but that doesn't make it okay to trick people now, does it?
Boo. Fine. I'll go give it back.
Oh, wait. We want to see Ion. Can you get us an audience with him?
Okay, wait for me at the cathedral. Ugh, you people sure are demanding. You don't have any idea the situation I'm in.
Alright. Anna certainly hasn't changed. Yeah, she's so cheerful. Even so, pocketing illicit donations is going too far. Ah, come on. It was just a little... It's not that a big deal. Tricking people out of their money is still wrong. It's wrong. Okay, but that, huh? Must be tough on Annis. Yes, she did say her parents had been tricked into it. Maybe we should ask her about it later. I don't know. She may have her own reasons for hiding it. Oh, yeah, I guess we probably shouldn't pry. Anyway, right now we need to see Ion. Yeah. Let's go! See, my Mew voice isn't that great, but just be glad I didn't give him I don't know what accent it is. I've had some people say, oh, that's a New Yorker accent. I've had some people say, oh, that's a Boston accent. And I've had some people say, that's neither. Be real with you, I don't know what the fuck it is. I just randomly developed it. I intended it to be a New York accent originally. But that's all I got. I don't even know if I can do it on command. Usually I have to, like, get in the headspace for it. So if I butcher the shit out of this, that's all that is. Yeah, it's going. Hey, I'm a Toidles. Yeah. Okay, actually, yeah, I could just say that if you're a Tales of fan. The Toidles.
Hey, what happened to Mose?
He was removed as Grand Maestro. He's being detained, awaiting a court of inquiry.
Then who's the highest-ranking member of the Order of Lorelei now?
It is and always has been Phone Master Ion.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Mose was always acting like he was in charge of everything.
I'm back! It's so good to see you all again, especially you, Luke. I sent you a letter, but you didn't write back. What have you been doing?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Ion was worried about you too. He said, I hope defeating Vam let Luke find the answer he was looking for.
Well, actually...
Honestly, pull yourself together. I wish I had the time to mope around like you. Everyone keeps asking us to read the score. Not to be pessimistic, but a religious overhaul looks pretty impossible.
They all still want to know the score.
They think that falling into the Cliff-Oth was part of the Order's close score.
So they're convinced the score is still on track. Ion must
Poor
be
guys.
having a hard time.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't wear himself out again.
Oh, that's right, you two. I'm here too. I know. You three wanted to talk to Ion, right? He's in his room.
Okay, let's go.
I suppose at this point, we're probably allowed in there now, huh? I feel like there's been a couple moments where they're like, you're not allowed in there. And then we went in and we're like, oh, fine. Oh wait, that's right. This wasn't his room. My brain just did not click. I think it's to the right. But what was to the left? Do a little bit of exploration. It's been... Oh yeah, okay. Between recordings, or streams, sorry, it's been a day. I didn't stream yesterday because I overslept. I ended up, like, having a bit of insomnia, and I was up pretty late. I think I was, like, up to, like, 11 a.m., if I recall correctly. And I ended up sleeping, like, 10 hours to, like, almost 9.
Luke, Tyr, it's good to see you
I think
again.
it was, like, 8:30-ish when I, like, actually woke up. So, just shy of 10 hours, yeah.
I'm glad to see you're doing okay.
Yes, I haven't used Gothic phonic art since our journey, so I'm in good shape. How have you been?
Well, he sounds like he's pretty messed up.
I'm not messed up.
So you're still troubled?
Ion, what do you think you'd be doing if your original were still alive?
Are you concerned about Ash?
How could I not be?
This is only hypothetical, of course. But I'd want to work to inform the world about replicas.
That sounds like you.
I realized on our journey that I didn't want to be someone's substitute. Though it certainly took me long enough.
Phone Master, I've brought a report regarding the planet storm's increased activity.
That's pretty cool. I like his resolve.
Large-scale consumption of 7th phonons? That's the cause?
Yes, we still don't know what's consuming the 7th phonons. Also, increasing the strength of the planet storm was part of my brother's plan. I've also heard that there have been signs of intrusion at the absorption gate.
Do you think Van is alive?
No, not my brother himself, but perhaps the plan he left behind. I have a feeling that the ghost of his vision for a replica world is stirring anew.
Master Van's vision. I wonder why he was so intent on erasing every trace of the score.
Uh-oh, Ion, the Maestro Council meeting is about to start.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, I'm out of time. I'll at least see you off.
No, please don't let us keep you.
I want to. Let's go.
As cool as ever.
Guy?
Hey, it's Guy.
Luke? Why are you here? That's my line. What are you doing here?
Probably the same reason. Shit, where did I put that? Actually, I made space. I can bring this over here now. Whatever.
Well, actually... Oh, Ion's with you. That's convenient.
Did you need to speak to me?
How did I, Ion? I don't make the rules, I just enforce them.
I've come on behalf of the Malkuth House of Lords. There's something I'd like to inform you of, but would it be better to follow official procedure?
I don't have much time. It's fine to tell me here. Besides, that's why they sent a friend of mine, isn't it?
Very perceptive. I have 2 things to report. First, Locrian Colonel Dist. He has broken out of the Grand Kokma Penitentiary. Second, Mose. It seems Dist attacked the ship carrying Grand Maestro Mose to his hearing. When a Malkuth Navy ship found it, the crew had been wiped out, but no trace of Mose's body was found.
Does that mean Dist rescued Mose?
Looks like it. Anyway, please be aware of the possible danger.
I wonder if it was Dist who took Master Van's sword from the absorption gate.
Someone took his sword?
I have a bad feeling about this. Ash seems to be looking into Lorelei and stuff too.
Ash? He never did return to Batical.
How did you know that?
I ran into him in Grand Kokma. He warned me to watch the God Generals. That's how I found out about Dist's breakout so quickly.
Did he say anything else?
Yeah, actually. He said he was going to St. Bina. Something about setting Lorelei free.
He heard Lorelei's voice too. Does that mean he understood what it meant?
What? What are you talking about, Luke?
I'm going to St. Bina. I have to go find Ash.
I don't quite understand, but if you're going after Ash, let's go together. His Majesty has asked me to look for him too.
Guy. Sure thing. Thanks.
Ion?
What is it, Annis?
May I go with them?
I was hoping. Okay, I was actually about to make a joke. I'm like, and then Ion sends Annis with us. I think it would have been better for Ion to be like, I'll send Annis with you. I'm worried. Because he's got official business to deal with, right? So he clearly can't come with us. And to be fair, it wouldn't really make much sense either. But, it wouldn't be so far-fetched for him to want to see us safely.
By yourself? That's unusual. Naturally, I don't mind. I'm concerned about Ash's words, too.
Yes, he didn't say watch Dist. He said watch the God Generals. He may know something.
Okay, guys. Let's head for St. Bina.
I mean, I already made mention of it. If they die off screen, they don't die. They don't die for real. I'm pretty certain Largo, Arietta, and Lagretta are all still very much alive.
Please, take care.
That's a rather hectic reunion, but I'm glad to see you all again. Yes, me too. Me 3. Sounds like you've been pretty busy. Yeah, you wouldn't believe how hard Emperor Peony and Jade made me work. I'm probably busier now than I was back then. So you haven't been able to figure out where Mose and Dist have gone? You haven't changed either. Do you mean my clothes? Come on. Anyway, no. At the moment, I don't have any clue where they went. They sure couldn't come back. Ash might know. If we talk to him, we might learn something. And not just about the God Generals, but he knows something about Lorelei, and about what Master Van is up to. Yes. Let's hurry to St. Bina. Yeah. That felt like a bit of a translation error. He mentioned it as if Van was still alive and active. So I wanted to try and go longer tonight. I actually don't know if that's actually worth buying or not. Oh, that's right. We bought everyone their, like, good shit. I forgot we did this. Wait, Mithril gauntlets are the same? Oh, okay. Well, we kind of fucked up in that regard. Oh, I only bought one Holy Judgment, though. That's fine. Oh, and I only bought one wand as well? Really? How the fuck did I mess that up? Yeah, my plan was to kit everyone out, I remember, but I guess I didn't? I think that was near the end of stream last time, and I was probably very out of it. I mentioned it a few times while streaming over the last couple days, but the streaming for as long as I was, you know, doing like voice acting, so on and so forth, it really like ate my energy really hard. Also, I'm gonna withhold from talking during the menu or the world map. It's so loud, and I've even turned the game down some, and it's just not fixing it. Yeah, on that note, I am also very dead right now. I'm gonna try not to be too dead. But I am otherwise actually pretty out of it right now. It may be hard to tell, I don't know. Oh, they rebuilt in a month? Oh, okay, not quite.
Luke, did you cut your hair again?
Huh?
Ah, so that was a wig earlier. What was that silliness about my hair grows fast? Jade's sarcastic personality must be rubbing off on you.
Oh, wait, why is Ash pretending to be us? That's a new one. The people have had the misconception before, but this time, that's clear confirmation that Ash is pretending to be us.
He must be talking about Ash.
What kind of excuse is my hair grows fast?
Maybe Ash isn't as bright as we thought.
That guy who looks like me with long hair. His name's Ash. Do you know where he went?
Is he your twin or something?
In a matter of speaking.
Ash would pitch a fit if he heard that.
Yes, sir. Something like that. Did he say anything?
I think he was headed for Shuri Hill. He was asking if he could still get inside. Is something going on? I'm on my way to my son's place. Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
No, thank you.
Shuri Hill, huh? Shall we go take a look?
Yeah.
So I did a double check on the guide. Like I said, I'm only on the table of contents. I don't know if anyone really gives a shit if I spoil myself, but I give a shit. You know, I know. It's one of those moments where like I advertise these as blind playthroughs, and I'd like to keep them that way to the best of my ability. But however, you know, a guide, a walkthrough is always necessary to have on hand, just in case we get stuck. There's nothing worse than playing a game or watching someone play a game and they literally run around for like 30 hours and get nothing done. I realize my rambling kind of takes that over, but hey. Dear Ennis, looks like you two are the same as always. Ooh, I got bigger. Well, all the important parts anyway. Oh, sorry. But she's still obsessed with money. Looks like I win that bet, Tyr. It's only been a month, guys. Jesus. Oh, so Muse Master is now... still me. Damn. I knew I should have bet something better. Huh? What kind of bet is that? Doesn't hurt you whether you win or lose. Seriously, if you're gonna bet, lay down like $1 billion gold or something. I mean, if you made a bet like that, even I couldn't pay around that much money. So why did Luke suddenly get so gloomy? Probably because he was holed up in his room. There were times before when he blamed himself for things, but, well, guess I can understand it. After all, the replica wound up stealing the place of the original, but... Oh no, they did commas instead of periods. But what? Well, it's always known that he was a replica. He never talked about himself as a fake. Yes, that's because the original Ion had already passed. Yeah, weighs more heavily on Luke because Ash is alive. He's such an idiot. Thinking of himself as just a replacement. Well, usually you'd never think there was another you. True, but in the end, it's really simple. What does Luke himself want to do? Isn't there any way we can help him? This is the kind of thing he has to deal with by himself. That's just how people are. That's just how people are. That's just how people are. Sorry, I was trying to like gauge just how loud that was. I realized I wasn't, since I'm using this new setup where I'm playing on my other monitor, I could change it, but honestly, it's one of those moments where like, it's so hard to like go back and forth, and I kind of got used to streaming on this monitor now, so we might, I mean, we're gonna have to change it up again for Arise anyways, because PS5. Oh hi, I didn't even realize there was something over there. I was just hitting my X button while running around. Now that the immediate concerns are taken care of, we can get to work rebuilding St. Bina. I'm glad it wasn't instantly rebuilt. At first it kind of looked like it was, but then you see the obvious like cracks and building lopsided up there. Wait, why is he back? I was watching an April Fool's joke. Minor spoilers for Final Fantasy VII. If you haven't already been spoiled on it or haven't played it, actually, let me. I'm probably louder than the music, but still.
Say, Luke, are you scared to meet Ash?
Anyways, so I was watching an April Fool's video, and at first, I didn't realize it was an April Fool's video. it was titled 20 Year Later, Easter egg or glitch or whatever was found, based on a rumor that was thought debunked or something along those lines, and it was based on Final Fantasy VII. And if you don't know what that is, by me immediately saying that and it doesn't click in your head, there was, and this is real. The rumor glitch thing was that there was a way to resurrect Eris, not just like have her survive, but like resurrect her. So even after she died, you could somehow bring her back. There's been many a glitch in the game that I'm getting chills and tears are welling in my eyes just from fucking saying. As I've explained before, for some reason this kind of shit just freaks the shit out of me. Like it invokes dread, terror, or whatever you want to call it in me, and I don't know why. I couldn't tell you why. Like when I saw her ghost flicker in the chapel, which it's a glitch. It's a visual glitch. It's not supposed to happen. Final Fantasy VII is notorious for being very busted and broken behind the scenes. So much so that they couldn't change or alter things most times in the game without fucking the game. It's why I think they've. I don't know where you can go find the evidence of this. A friend of mine, Jordan or Valvados, is like a super fan, and he knows a lot of this stuff. And to be honest, I trust him. We played a D&D game based on Final Fantasy VII, and the man knew shit. And it worked. I've never played a D&D game in another setting that worked this well. So it was good. The man is definitely a super fan. But he's mentioned a couple of things about that. Like there's a doll hidden behind a wall, and people have tried to figure out the reason and the meaning. Actually, this same YouTuber, he has a couple of things where he clearly didn't do enough research, which is fair. It's gonna happen eventually. The rest of his stuff is pretty good, but like there's been there was this one, and then there was another one that I remember being like, oh yeah, The Witcher 3. So slight tangent. In The Witcher 3, there is a quest. It's pretty early on. You need to help a blonde-haired sorcerer lady. She's one of the sleep-withable characters, I guess, to put it in that context. I forget her name. It's Akira Metz, I think. Well, in the process of helping her, you eventually have to go to this tower. And it's to basically do like this weird, like, you know, several years old murder mystery type deal. You know, you beat the shit out of some monsters. You go up. There's this thing about the people dying. Actually, GTA, you played The Witcher 3 enough that you probably have done this quest. You remember the Kira Metz quest where you have to go to the Tower of Rats? I want to get your opinion on this, actually. I want to get your opinion on this. For certain. Oh, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, the 4-star artifacts. You do not recall much. Okay, so yeah, this was like really early in the game. It's like within like the second zone, if I recall correctly. It's like it's really not that hard to get to. In fact, I think it's honestly not story relevant. I think you can skip it, but if you want to do her quest line, it's mandatory. It honestly is the end of her quest line until you end up in Kaer Morhen later on. Which I never got that far. I just know that she shows any of the NPCs you save show up there. Anyways, so minor spoilers for The Witcher 3. If you care, I've given you your warning. We're gonna go through this. You get to the tower, you do some shit. It's got some ghostly shit going on. Shit looks fucked up. You find a bunch of dead bodies. You fight I think you end up fighting a wraith or something. Turns out, if you read and interact with everything that's in the area, you find out what happened. I forget if it was like war or something was coming to kill them. Anyways, I forget exactly what was coming to kill them, but something was coming to kill them. They ended up drinking this potion that was supposed to, you know, kill them all. Basically, they were going to take a poison pill to basically avoid being slaughtered, tortured, killed, medieval shit, right? Turns out though, it wasn't actually poison. It was a fucking paralysis potion. So he paralyzed everyone instead of killing them. Well, guess what? Nothing ended up happening. They didn't end up getting raided or anything, but they couldn't do anything except sit there and slowly die to rats eating them alive. Or something along those lines. I think eventually something does happen with like some invader, someone coming in. Someone ends up getting like stabbed to death or some shit. I forget how it all happened. But there's some pieces of my memory that are missing from the quest line. But the long and short of it though is that this woman ends up dead. Her fiance, her husband, ends up piecing, just saying fuck it, I don't want anything to do with it, I'm gone. But I think what it is he thought she was dead when she wasn't, and then she basically watched him fuck off, and then she died. So her spirit wanted revenge. I think the bad ending to the quest is you literally bring her spirit to him, or if you believe her, and she literally murders the shit out of him, and then like fucks off again, never to be seen again. I mean, she probably went to like hell or heaven or whatever the fuck exists in Witcher. Realistically, she got her revenge. She didn't need to exist anymore. But anyways, so there's this glitch that you can get to happen in The Witcher 3. Oh, so okay, you do remember that one. There's a glitch with this quest, right? If you walk around the tower, you can bump into things that aren't there. Yeah, you get roasted for it if you fuck it up. So if you go through this thing and you can bump in, and now everyone's experienced this. Everyone that's done this quest, if you haven't experienced this, you probably just don't remember, or you got really lucky. But you can randomly bump into something, and you can tell because the way Geralt interacts with things, you clearly bumped into something that isn't there. You know, shit moves around. It's poltergeisty as you're going through the tower. You know, so on and so forth. The ghostly shit. Well, this dude, Oddheader, is the name of the channel, managed to find this out. And apparently, a lot of people have been doing digging, trying to figure out, what is this? Who is she? All this other shit. And I'm like, guys... And he tried to claim that nobody's been able to figure out what the link was and blah, 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 blah. And it's probably an unused asset that was left behind because you can only see her if you're like a certain distance away. And I'm like, guys, are you high? Like, I even wrote a comment. I'm like, hello? If you just do the quest, it explains what that is. What are you talking about? That's her ghost. It kind of looks, it doesn't really look like a ghost. And when you get close, using hacks and shit, you can make it so that you can see her, the figure, and it looks more like a tall ass zombie, but it clearly has the wraith head, so you can tell it's a wraith. Right? And so in my head, all I was thinking about is like, yeah, so they had a model of her ghost existing, so you could bump into it, and whatever. And the glitch is just that it appears sometimes, physically. Or if it's not a glitch, they maybe had a function for it. I'm like, it's a pretty easy thing to explain away. But he doesn't even mention that whatsoever, and he pretends like this is all very random and there's no rhyme or reason behind it. And I'm like, it was one of those ones I'm like, you clearly haven't played The Witcher 3 if that's the way you feel about this. And anyone that's trying to make something out of this clearly just didn't do the fucking quest. You're like, sure, you could argue on like, is this like a scrapped concept? Did the quest change during development and this got left in? Yeah, sure, that's a fair statement. But that's not where they went with it. They decided to go off the deep end with it. A lot of his other shit is actually perfectly fine. Like, it's not that weird. Like, he doesn't go like, and like he kind of upplays things for, you know, YouTube side of things, but like otherwise pretty decent. Well, he did the same thing with another thing anyways, but so, you know, my knee-jerk reaction to him talking about the ghost in Final Fantasy VII was that, okay, like, what the fuck is this going to be? I didn't realize it was April Fool's right away, because it's an old video, but was posted on, like, I think like 2020 or 2019, something like that, April Fool's. So I go through the video, and he's like, if you do all these things, you'll get her ghost to stay there. I think that might actually be real. Like, I don't think that's part of the April Fool's bit. I think that is something you can get. You can do some like events that will basically make it so that her ghost, instead of flickering in and out and then leaving the moment you're finally in the room, it'll make her model stay there and you just can't interact with it. Like, it's not actually there. You can walk through it whenever, right? I'm pretty certain that's a real thing. If it isn't, it was a very cleverly well put together. So, but that's where it stops. Everything starts to get really fucking weird after that point. About like some things that you can do, and then eventually you can interact with her, and Cloud's like, you died, and all this dialogue starts to play where she's like getting real fucking like evil with him about like forcing him to take her ghost along with him for the rest of the adventure and shit. Anyways, I forget exactly how we got on this topic, but I remember it like freaking the shit out of me. Like, it was clearly faked. At that point, it was clearly either like a hack, a ROM hack of sorts, or perhaps he just video edited over top of everything. That's always a possibility as well. But like, yeah, and I was like, one of those moments I'm like, okay, clearly it's a joke, but this is creeping the shit out of me, man. Fuck off. What the fuck? Anyways. I forget exactly how we got on this topic, but I got to the point of the topic, so there we go. But yeah, it was very convincing until that part started to play out. I instantly was like, wait, no, hold on. And I looked at the date and I'm like, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. Fuck.
A month apart and you can still tell right away, huh?
Well, yeah, we've been together for years.
Guy, are you okay with the way things stand with my father and Hod and all?
If I said I wasn't, would it change anything?
Well...
It was war. Plenty of other people suffered just like I did. At least I got to hear what really happened in the Hod War from the people responsible. Isn't it more productive for me to make sure something like that never happens again?
It sounds like you've been able to put your past behind you.
I still have some lingering feelings, but it's not like there's any way to change things.
You're so mature. That's my Count Gylardia.
Thanks!
You're still not used to it.
Sorry, it's just when it happens all of a sudden.
Luke, let's go inside, okay?
Yeah, I can't keep saying I'm scared. Even Guy conquered his fear.
Are you making fun of me?
Even if the context behind it is kind of weird, I'll at least give it a bit of a pass that it is still funny. I'm pretty certain whenever we get Mew's next ability, it's gonna be what allows us to get to the blue one. I really hate that they pointed this shit out to me early, though. I will forever be a little salty about that, I think. The fact that there's portions of this game that they're like, oh hey, I sure bet we could interact with that if only we could find a way. And then it's not like 40 fucking hours later that we find a way to finally do it. It's like, I don't know. I gotta say, I don't even think that's like a age-old fuck up. I think that's like just a really bad design choice. I mean, obviously it's super minor, and I bet you most of it's backtracking shit that doesn't even really matter. It's like extra loot, but like, it's enough so that I'm a little annoyed by it. Some Oracleness.
It's one of our soldiers.
He's dead.
What? The God Generals are dead. The Oracle Knights are being reorganized. All units should be on standby.
If Ash is here, then maybe it was by his order.
Ash was removed as Commander of Special Operations for breaking military procedure.
I have a bad feeling about this. Let's go inside.
But not all of them may have fucked off. Apparently No Man's Sky added player-run settlements. That's chill. I'm pretty certain we don't share the same opinion on this, but I will forever state that a fully player-run MMO would be fucking cool. And I know No Man's Sky is not an MMO, or well, not traditionally at least. I I think it kind of is. Can't you like randomly stumble on players pretty consistently now or something like that? I know you can play co-op now too. So it's kind of MMO-ish. Nah, I think they would. I think it would have to be set up properly. Small skill example, Ark. I mean, Ark, for the people that play it, still feel like it works. But I think all it would take is a pretty consistent reason to group together. I think one of the issues is that when we look at MMOs now, right? Like we look at 14, we look at WoW, we look at Guild Wars 2, we look at hell, let's even look at like larger scale MMOs, like something like Mortal Online or Arcade or BDO or even Crowfall, more recent example. If you look at these games, well, actually, BDO is not so much large scale. Actually, that's actually much smaller scale, considering. I guess Node Wars may be a little different. Anyways, I digress. Point of it all, though, is that the reason why these kinds of games would never be able to like function in that regard is simply due to the fact that there isn't enough variation between players. Even Crowfall, where you need crafters and you need people to be dedicated to it. You need people dedicated to different roles in PvP and blah 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 blah. Even that still only fills out like maybe like I'm probably like overkilling this. But we could ballpark that to like 20 roles. Right? So at most you need 20 people, and I'm still overkilling this. But we can even argue for like these other MMOs, it's actually smaller in what you need. So then any extra numbers that come after that point are only there for the sake of bodies, right? And obviously you want to upscale, so you're multiplying. So 20, and then adding an extra like 5 on top of that really doesn't make much of a difference. You'd add another 20 on top of that, so you have the same, set of roles, so on and so forth. I'm explaining rating, I guess, honestly. But like, if you were to make it so that an MMO had a need for like 50, 60 different roles, but then each of those roles can't really be done single-handedly, at least within like reasonable, player time, you could actually force together like larger communities to work. And MMOs have done something similar to that prior that has worked really well, just not on the same scale. No. See, okay, that's fair. But the thing with that though is, and this is where I think Crowfall fell really short. I think this is the part that Crowfall fucked up on, the most, is requiring them to be very in with each other, requiring it to be like a guild-based thing, or requiring people to have to interact with one another directly, is probably the biggest letdown of a game that requires large groups to do things, right? So, reeling that one back, instead of doing that, make it so that these settlements kind of work. God, forgive me for going here, everyone, please. But look at something akin to Minecraft Townships for people who've experienced it, or HeroCraft for being GTA, right? Where you can be a part of a town, you can be a part of a larger group, and not have to know your leaders, not have to know many people. You could have your own little community inside of our community. In fact, it happened many times. In fact, I think most of the larger communities that ended up being around about like the middle of our lifespan were literally directly created within our towns and then moved out to become their own thing. We even had people that branched out to make towns in our own kingdom because of that. And that was really cool. And I think other MMOs could simulate that very well if they tried to. They didn't need to get in TeamSpeak with us or Discord or whatever. They didn't need to, PM us and tell us everything that was going on. As long as there was a line of communication between one of us and them, and we knew what was going down, and they showed up to if the kingdom is being raided and they showed up, it was perfectly fine, and there was no problem. Now, obviously, HeroCraft or MMO and Minecraft servers are relatively small scale comparatively to like regular MMOs, but still, it worked. Scale up to 50. They were just some buddies with it. They weren't. Well, no. I mean, they were necessary though. I mean, the more people we had, the better. And you're right. It that kind of it goes against what I was originally stating of having like a set of roles that are necessary. But like, I don't know. You know what? Fuck it. This is a tangent I want to go on. This is something that I've been thinking about recently that I feel like maybe I should lay out on the table. When you look at PvP MMOs, like I'll use Arcade, one of my favorite MMOs of all time, and I'll use Crowfall, one that I want to like a lot but is just not there yet, and then we'll do Black Desert Online, one that I used to think that I loved, but I ended up not really liking it that much at all by the end of it. The thing that these games have in common is that they're PvP MMOs. They draw in that crowd, and that crowd, if you're a part of it, I apologize. I am a part of it. And so I can speak from experience, and it is entirely the truth. They are horrible people. We are, as PvP MMO players, just garbage human beings sometimes. In fact, some of us a lot of the time. But, you know, there's an incentive to beat the shit out of someone until they leave. There's an incentive to make people quit the game so there's no more, competition. There's incentive to wipe out entire fucking groups, ruin hours upon hours, if not weeks upon weeks of their time in terms of certain aspects, like a guild taking out like an entire player nation in Arcade, or in BDO if you eat up a guild's entire set of nodes and leave them without any, or so on and so forth, right? Like Crowfall, I guess, would be to literally beat a faction until all of their faction members literally turncoat, which happened when we were playing. We played on the Faction v Faction server, and the entire Earth faction literally just said, "Fuck it, we're leaving," and they left for I think they all joined the Moon. Oh no, sorry, I had it the other way around. It was Moon Kingdom that got beaten to submission, and they left for Earth. That's what it was. Yeah, we just all turncoat because it was easier. Why get beat 20 v 10? Or, well, it was more like, 100 v 20, but, point. When we could just say, fuck it. If you can't beat them, join them. Right? And I think that's an ultimate fuck up on PvP MMO's part. That no one ever seems to want to tackle. They never want to fix this issue, right? And I think that there's a very easy way to fix it. Honestly, a super easy way to fix it. That I say easy, it's time consuming, and it'll take a lot more development time. I'm by no means trying to underplay how much more extra work this would be, but it would be an easy solution. It's not a very hard thing to like plan. It's like, oh, I need to do this, I just start working on it. It's not like, okay, what are the logistics on this? No, it'd probably be really easy. That's NPC-ifying players. Now, hear me out here. There's a YouTuber who I think most people should be familiar with. She's pretty big. Emmy Richiru or something like that. I'm butchering her name. I apologize. I'd have to look at it again to like pronounce it correctly. But she's a storytime animator, and she recently did a video on Genshin Impact. I've watched her videos before, but like, I'm not that consistent with like who I watch on YouTube all that often. So, Genshin Impact video comes up. I'm like, oh, okay, what's she think about Genshin? Is basically where my mind went. Watching the video, and she mentioned something where she was talking about how she really liked how vibrant the world was and how expansive, or not expansive, how did she word it? She wrote it in a way where it was like, basically she liked the liveliness and the like atmosphere of the towns, and it made her wish that there was a portion of the game where she literally just sat down, set up shop, and became a baker, or became an NPC in the world, and all this other stuff. And I'm like, there's a lot of people that have that same sentiment. I've even had that sentiment before. where I'm like kind of bored of like running out and, you know, slaughtering swaths of people, and I'm like kind of enjoying just crafting and sitting on, you know, sitting alone. I'm like, fuck, dude. Like, if there was an incentive for me to like set up shop somewhere and just exist for players to like get shit from, I might actually do it. No, obviously I don't get that feeling very often, but I have had that feeling before, and I know that there are other people who have that same sentiment. So why not just facilitate a game that allows for them to exist without the PvPers being able to grief them? Obviously, PvPers are going to complain, and they go, well, that's not fair. I should be able to run through the cities and just slaughter everybody. It's like, no, you can go slaughter yourself outside the city walls. Have fucking fun. But yeah, I don't know. I was just thinking, make a game where sieging a nation is not an easy task. It's not something some random nerd with a fucking sword can just do, you know, or like a small guild of like 10 people can't just come up, you know, build a catapult and, you know, make it take like some time. Make it actually be something that requires some effort to be put forth in order to do this kind of thing, you know? So that way the people that want to play the more NPC-ish roles, the crafters, and set up like an actual like life cycle in the game are allowed to do so without fear, unless their nation is fucking with people, at which case there becomes a political game. It's like, well, okay, our king's being an ass, but hey guys, hey siegers, we don't like our king anymore. If we just give you the town and our king's head on a pike, will you not destroy us? And they're like, you know, that sounds pretty free and easy. I don't know. I'm throwing out ideas at this point, but like, I think there's literally a way to do this. Is anathema to casual play? See, I just don't think it has to be. It is at this current point in time. You're right. It is 110% anathema to casual play. I just don't think it needs to be. I think that they both can exist very easily. There just needs to be proper incentives and proper like defensive lines put in place. Like, let's say it's an entirely player-built kingdom. They put up walls. Instead of putting up walls and letting the people build around the outside where they can easily get fucking, you know, slapped and destroyed, they put them inside the walls. Well, at that point, you know, maybe, I don't know. I think at that point, what you'd have to do is you'd have to incentivize people. Like, you like this blacksmith shop? Well, there's this fucking killer in town who's been causing shit. You know, we got a serial murderer on our hands or something, right? Or like a group of thieves that have been robbing people and killing them because, you know, they get their kicks out of it. So obviously you can't hire guards. We're at a point now where like you'd start getting into like the role play or the heavy role play side of things if that started happening. You'd have to pay players a lot of fucking money to spend their time standing and watch. But it'd be a lot easier to incentivize people with like bounties. And instead of having town guards, you have town bounty hunters. You know, there'd be money and it'd be short term. They'd find this player on their own time and beat his ass. Just make it so that he, you know, if he's unwanted, he respawns outside the city or something, you know, like, there was an actual MMO that did this, and I forget what it was. I think BDO and Arcade both had similar systems, but they weren't quite that great. But basically, if you were being too much of a dickhead, to your own faction or otherwise, you would eventually just get to a point where everyone could attack you, and you couldn't do shit about it. You know, players would you know, try to weasel around it, and it just wouldn't work. They'd end up losing out hard, and it would be a giant fucking, like, big ol' fuck you to them. Mortal Online had a similar system, too, where you pretty much couldn't exist unless you had a big guild built up in, like, the mountains. And even then, there was things that you just couldn't come into town to do, and you had to get other people to do it for you. So it's like, there's always been things like that. But... and honestly, they worked. Just people didn't interface with them as often and not enough to really know. They can't be abused. Good players do whatever they want. I mean, they didn't really do whatever they wanted because they, like, sure, they could waltz in and get through things by brute forcing their way. But at the same time, if you stood next to a guard, they would get killed. The guards would slap them out. Everyone just says PvP aggressively. Then they no longer have any facilities. They don't have blacksmiths. They don't have, I don't know, apothecaries. Whatever the fuck ends up being the NPC-ifiable casual experience. They no longer have their supply line, I guess. Yeah. Make that shit important. Well, what if the town doesn't want to put them up? They're like, you've been killing our players. Fuck you. You're not allowed to have an established location here. And people like boot them out. They'd have to build their own kingdom. At which point, I mean, let's be real here. There's very little reason to PvP in PvP MMOs as it is. I mean, what do you think you get out of PvPing someone in Arcade? They don't drop anything. There's no reason to PvP them. You literally get nothing out of it. Or well, I mean, there is times when you do like packs and stuff, I guess, but like general PvP, there's no use to it. You don't get anything out of it. BDO, you get literally nothing out of it. It's a straight up negative to PvP people in BDO. You get literally nothing from it. Like you lose karma, and that eventually makes it so your gear starts to break more. That's what PvP and BDO means, unless you're at war with someone. In which case, it also means nothing. It's just an arbitrary score. PvP in Crowfall has a bit more to it because you drop items on death. But like, it's only your inventory, so it's really not that big of a deal. But that has more of an incentive. WoW had reputation rewards for PvP? I don't think it did. WoW had like honor stuff, but you got so little of it from ganking players out in the world. There was no reason to do it. Like that was not a good reason. Especially if you were grouped up, like the honor gets split evenly. And it's like 10 per kill. So you got 10 people, it's 1 per person. Pretty certain after that point, you just stop getting honor altogether. No, but that's kind of what I'm getting at, is it's like, honestly, funny enough, in Arcade, PvP didn't happen as often as people like to think it did either. It's like, you were pretty much allowed to facilitate whatever you wanted, but guess what? The MMO was pretty much strictly a PvP MMO. But getting ganked rarely happened unless it was the other faction. Very, very rarely did it happen. Even with packs, if you had a ton of packs, people wouldn't fuck with you because they couldn't take all your packs. There was nothing they could do about it. Bandits even, people that were known for doing it, would just like, fuck it. You got too many. I can't take these all in myself. I'm just gonna make myself a target by attacking you. And then everyone else will just kill them. You know? Shit like that. It's like, there was, always the assholes, I guess. But there was points in time where if you were just doing your own shit, and that was a casual way to play Arcade. Running packs sometimes could be a very casual way to play. And you could do it with relative safety just by like grouping up enough casual players together even. I've had times where I've like saw a bunch of like very clearly, crafter characters that weren't like super built out, weren't super whatever. But then because there was 10 of them, I'm like, you know what? I could probably kill like 3, 4, even maybe like 8 or 9 of them, but I'm probably dying. I'm probably getting fuck all out of this. Probably getting literally nothing out of it. I'm probably just gonna die. To which point, if I tried, I usually did die, and I went pretty hard in Arcade. Dream as well. Like you can even ask him. Like that, a lot of the times that shit just didn't happen. But it could happen, right? Is the thing. That's why I think it could work. It's just nobody's willing to try it because it's new, it's different, it's scary. I genuinely, playing enough PvP MMOs over the years, I think it would work. I think that you'd have to get over the hurdle of the PvP players complaining about it, because they'll be like, oh, well, you're de-incentivizing PvP by doing this and that and this and that. And it's just like, no, we're not. No, we're not. We're just de-incentivizing you ganking players who want a space to do things. You know, it's like, sure, they should still be allowed to die. They should still be allowed to be killed. But that doesn't mean that they can't also have a level of security and safety. Which I think Arcade is probably the closest game that I can think of that has that kind of stuff. Like there was no PvP zone housing units where you could do a lot of shit. But I wouldn't want to do it like that. I'd rather there be like an actual tangible security, like a big old fucking stone wall that you can't just fucking plow through. Or perhaps you can lock your door so they'd have to boot your door in order to get to you or some shit. Which would incentivize making like stalls inside of houses, which would be kind of cool. It would mean that like, sure, they could attack you, but if they don't kill you in like a single blow, you just back up and close your curtain and say, fuck you, nerd, get through my locked door. Like, basically providing casual players the option to just double middle finger the dude trying to gank them and be like, I'm fine, you don't want to buy my swords at my blacksmith? Have a nice day. I'll remember your name, I'm writing it down right now. So when he shows up next week, you know, his sword's broken, he needs an upgrade, needs it fixed or something, and the blacksmith's like, oh damn, that's too fucking bad. Sucks to suck. He has to go on the other side of town and find a new blacksmith, and he learns his lesson. Yeah, I've always been a big fan of PvP being between people that, you know, rather, I guess, not necessarily between other PvPers, but between the PvPer and then the risk taker. Or the PvPer and the PvPer. You want to take a risk. You want to make your business all about gathering shit outside the city walls? That's a danger. You should accept the fact that you might get rolled over. That's on you. You decided to do that. Right? And I don't know. I think that even for casual players, that level of danger can be exciting. So I don't know. I could rant and rave on this for forever. I'm not a game developer, and I've tried to be a coder and programmer before, and I'm not that great at it. So not like I can build an MMO like this, but hey, maybe someone can. Maybe I'll be a consultant someday. Someone's like, I heard your idea, Victim, and I liked it. Can you explain that in more detail to me? I'm like, yeah, man, I got you. See, GTA, I think another part of the problem too is your experience with PvP MMOs has been very, very like minuscule, and it's always been from a negative side of looking at it anyways. But you got to keep in mind, I have like thousands upon thousands upon thousands of hours in these kinds of games. I have experienced every aspect, every side, I've been that player. I've been on the other side of that player. You know, it's like I've been the weaker player that gets slapped out. I've been the dude who slaps the weaker player out. But at the same time, it's like that doesn't happen that often. Like, usually those kinds of players get bored really fast, and that's their last-ditch effort to squeeze some fun out of the game. Very rarely are those people the ones that stick around very long. In fact, funny enough, the casual players are the ones that end up playing those games for even longer. The people that are still playing arcades to this day are the people who run packs. And you want to know why they run packs right now? It's because they know the PvPers aren't playing the game anymore. PvPers die out in these games way faster than people like to admit. And the reason why they don't want to admit to it is because they themselves are the ones that kill themselves out of the game. And I 100% can say that from experience. Does it attract honor types? I mean, it does. It does. It just doesn't attract. That's not the vast majority of them. It does attract them, just not in droves. And to be fair, I don't think there is droves of them to attract, in all fairness, but. That's how it would work. Yeah, but it was usually like one dude. It was never like a large group. I mean, sorry, I shouldn't say never. Sometimes it was. But like most times it was like one dude who was bored. Or he was literally fucking over NPCs and then dipping. Like killing quest givers and shit. Which respawn like 5 minutes later anyways. Like no harm, no foul really. But like usually those kinds of players, if they were really there to grief, they would just go grief. They would find a new player and camp them. Because they have to respawn nearby, right? In World of Warcraft, so they would just kill them as they respawn. Or they would take res sickness, and then at that point they've won. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong, I used to be that guy that would sit there for fucking 8 hours and just kill every new player that came by. And then whenever like someone would come to stop me, I would fuck off. Like I would leave until they got bored. Or I would weasel around them and kill the new players while they weren't looking or something. Like it happens. I'm not saying it doesn't. It's just it isn't like as commonplace as people like to think it is. And I mean, if it were commonplace, if it were rampant, if it were like the norm, then people would never level up. They would never be able to get to max level in World of Warcraft. People would never get there. Same with Arcade. People would never strive or make money or do anything. And the economy would crash and there just wouldn't be anything there. But again, that never happens. The economy always booms. It always goes just fine. And on top of which, players always hit max level. Can I think add something to a game? Timing it relying on someone's boredom. Yeah, I mean, in that case, yeah. Although I think WoW nowadays has made it so you can just swap zones and level up wherever the fuck you want. Not to mention, I don't think there is anything. I don't think they have the PvP servers anymore. They got rid of them. Pretty certain every server now works like the normal servers. You have it's opt-in PvP. I think they got rid of the lobby ganking stuff altogether now. If I recall correctly, I could be wrong on that. I haven't played WoW in a while, but I heard they had done that at least. But I don't know. I've managed to weasel around PvPers like that before. I think at that point you just got to be clever and you got to know when to make your move, because it's not like they can track you. Like the moment you're out of their eye shot, they have to search for you, and realistically, if they're there for the easy kills and you make it not so easy anymore, they probably are going to lose. They'll lose their fun and probably look for it elsewhere. But it's just when there's quits you have to do. Yeah. But 100% oh, I didn't realize we're at the end of the dialogue. That's my bad. We could have been doing the dungeon this whole time. Oh my god. My bad. I mean, my bad, but like, I'll still do it. Oh. Oh wait, we don't have Natalia. That's right. Oh, these are weaklings.
That's your best?
Hand over the key of Lorelei.
I would say there's minimal loss on both sides, realistically. Dying in World of Warcraft really doesn't do anything. Especially in PvP. If you die in PvE, it does something. Your gear will degrade. But dying, see what I say, like, Retta's not dead. But yeah, no, like, even, like, you only lose impact damage to gear in PvP, and I think it's even lesser if you're not within a certain level difference of the characters, and I'm pretty certain that's always been the case. If not, it is definitely 100% the case right now.
No.
Major?
Ooh, shit.
Your reaction was slow, Tyr. I taught you to respond even in unexpected situations.
That was a cool scene.
Major, you're alive.
How did you survive that avalanche?
Arietta's monsters rescued us. We couldn't protect Commandant Grants because of our injuries in that avalanche. But the world is on our side. This time, we will realize his wish.
Like hell you will.
Ash, next time we meet, I will take the key of Lorelei.
I can't believe they're alive.
I
They
can't.
must be trying to fulfill Van's vision for a replica world.
Ash, are you okay?
He's as unfriendly as ever.
Did you know Lagretta was alive?
Also, one last thing I'll mention on the MMO front. I think that something that would also greatly increase the gap between, or the greatly reduce, sorry. I was going to phrase it differently, but to greatly reduce the gap between the casual and the PvP player, or I'd say the consistent PvP player, right, is a normalized stat system for gear. I think this is something that Mortal Online really, really, really needed, but just didn't for some reason. Make it so that the sharpness of your weapon, the weight of your weapon, and the balance of your weapon really, really affect the stats. So, you know, a light but very sharp sword might hit really hard and attack really fast. But like a very heavy hammer might attack really slow, but like fuck you up if you get hit by it. You know, so on and so forth. That way, you know, maybe while you're role playing an NPC, or just like being a shopkeep or whatever, you got a dagger in your boot that's like really sharp. So dude gets really fucking close on you. And you, I don't know, you just give him a nice fucking shank, and he feels it, and he's like, "Oh boy, that's not good. That hurts." Maybe have like some sort of penalty to wearing like a shield, or using a shield in like confined spaces, because that's a real thing. Shields were scaled down to things like bucklers and the like. Not because somehow a smaller shield became better than a big shield. No, it was so you could actually function inside of like urban environments. That's also why smaller weapons were made, such as rapiers and the like, is because they were easier to use in these kinds of environments than, you know, a big ass fucking cavalry ass sword, or like even like a longer like an arming sword, I guess, or the traditional longsword, which was more of like a two-handed sword than video games would have you believe, but still not very easy to use in smaller spaces, so they made smaller weapons for that. Your MMO becomes Dark Souls 1. No shield, dex, bleed builds everywhere. I mean, I'm not trying to say that should be better than if you have legitimate, you know, weaponry and armor and shit. I just think that, you know, give them tools to defend themselves, to which a point where a PvP player can't just underestimate, you know, Joe Blow the blacksmith, who, you know, when you come at him, he actually comes at you back, and you're like, oh fuck, I wasn't expecting that. You're wearing a cloak to try and hide yourself in the shadows or some shit, so you're not wearing armor, and he fucking slaps you for half your health because you were just underestimating him, and you're like, well, fuck, that was an oops on my part. Yeah, I think a lot of PvP players, especially the ones that go for the easy kills, are really not that good. Oftentimes they're not. It's a thing that I've actually been tackling in PlanetSide too. there's these players. So you got your genuinely good players that nobody can really touch, and they're very, very easy to see. But then you get the guys who like top the scoreboard once, and then when I or one of our guys that have been playing for a while roll up on them and just beat their ass instantly, it's like they're not good. They just play at hours where they can kill the newbie players. You know, it's like, yeah, they might be okay at the game, but they're definitely not good. They just happen to play when all the new players are on.
It's not just Legreta. It's possible all of the God Generals are alive.
Well, the way she phrased it made it seem like that too, Ash. I don't know how anyone could have interpreted that differently. I'm so bitter with it. Yeah, I think we're starting to see things reel back a bit on like the things that they've restricted. And I think smoke was restricted for, like, their reasoning was okay. The issue that I had with it was that their reasoning excluded some very easy counter mechanics that people already use. It's like people still use those counter mechanics now, even without smoke being involved. So it's like, there's nothing wrong with if there's too much smoke, well, you just swap to your scope that can go through smoke. Easy. There's a counter to it. I don't understand why it bothered people so much to have to do that. I always hate the idea of like the game should change to the way I want to play it instead of them providing different ways to play. Like, I always hated that idea. It's why I really, really, really hate when League nerfs something just because it's popular. Like, sometimes they literally nerf something because it's becoming too popular and they don't want it to be. Like Udyr. Well, yeah, he was a bit oppressive. They literally nuked and gutted him when they could have just given him a minor nerf. Just because he all of a sudden became oppressive when he was literally being like dog shit for forever. So, in other words, he needed a minor tweak when they gave him a massive nerf. Shit like that. Like, that's unnecessary. Why do that? But you know, it's just like that was the last straw. I'm thinking we might see a return to things like that. We're already starting to see some things that are very divergent, which is cool. Emergent gameplay is the thing that I think PlanetSide 2 was missing the most. Like, for instance, you can hack base buildings now. Or I say now, it's been a while since it's been in, but like point. When you couldn't hack like anything that the other faction owned for the longest time. Or like strictly owned. Like, you know, you build a building, it's yours. But now certain ones can be hacked. Again, been in the game for years, but it's still... there's a lot more explosives now. Still, there's some that really could be up-tuned, but they're starting to let explosives be a thing again. Yeah, I think that's honestly where I'm at too. I don't think PlanetSide 3 will ever become the greatest MMO shooter to exist ever until they honestly retool or get a better engine or something. There's too much about the game that they just are unable to interface with, that I'm pretty certain is strictly because SOE never gave them the full code. I'm pretty certain they're like tweaking the game with like player tools that don't even have engine access. Which, to be fair, with what they've done is pretty cool. Although that could have changed. Honestly, I don't know if that's true anymore. I know it was true originally. Hello? I moved some cans over because I was too lazy to throw them in the bin. And I hit them and it was loud. Anyways. I will throw them in the bin later. Probably when I get up for a break here in a second. Being forced to work. Yeah, no, and I think that's legitimately what it is. It is being forced to work.
But Sync fell into the core. If he's alive, then Van could be too.
I suppose there could be a space down there where it's possible for them to exist. Such as Lorelei not being entirely encased in the miasma. We didn't go straight to the core, we just got close enough that...
So you were investigating the core because Master Van could still be alive?
You're sure taking things lightly. If you were connected to Lorelei, then maybe it's just my phonon transformation.
Ash, hang on a second. What are you talking about? What do you mean then? When Lorelei said to set it free, what did that mean?
They're too general. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I'll probably check it out. If Arc 2 is done better than the original Arc, because this time they're building it from, I don't know if they're building it from the ground up or not. I hope they are. You know what? Now's a good time to go on break. My hard drive is going hard right now, so we'll get through this cutscene and then take a break.
What you heard. Lorelei is trapped.
Trapped? Where?
Is it bad for Lorelei to be trapped?
Will my computer calm down while I take a break?
The total volume of 7th phonons in the world will drop.
Yeah, my computer does this every once in a while. It's something to do with emulation. My system just, it's my NVIDIA graphics card running some test or something, and it like eats up a lot of my disks.
When that happens, the planet storm will grow stronger to compensate, creating more 7th phonons.
Wait, that means the core's vibration will get worse. The Tartarus alone won't be enough to stop it.
Which means the miasma comes back? This is seriously bad.
Ash, where is Lorelei trapped? Lorelei told you. Try to remember. Even without this, I'm already cleaning up after you. Don't cause me any more trouble, you useless replica.
Is he really cleaning up after us? I feel like this is an unforeseen circumstance, realistically. I don't know if the party can really be blamed for this. Obviously, Ash is just broody and annoyed, and he's taking it out on Luke. That's really all it is, but still.
You don't have to talk like that. Shut up.
Hey, wait! His Imperial Majesty wants to talk to you. The way he stops listening when he gets mad reminds me of a certain someone.
But what does this mean? If the God Generals are creating the replica world, then replica creation would cause a large consumption of 7th phonons. Or is trapping Lorelei somewhere also part of the plan?
No, I think he was already trapped.
And what's that key of Lorelei that the Major was talking about?
I think they want to release him so they can kill him.
Could it be the same key that Yuli is said to have used?
Ash probably knows. Let's go after him. He looked like he was hurt. He might stop in St. Bina.
Yeah. Luke, stop looking like that. Cheer up.
Looking like what?
You look like you're about to cry.
I'm not going to cry.
Right. Anyway, pull yourself together and let's go.
Yeah. Lorelei's voice made sense to Ash, but not to me. I guess I really am just a replica.
No, I think Ash just had some information you didn't have. I think that's all it was. Anyways, my computer is going through a weird, like, diagnostic check thing I'm not entirely certain on the logistics of. So what I'm going to do is go on a break while it does so. Actually, we should save real quick in case it crashes. Probably won't, but just in case. Also, I apologize for the tangents we've gone on. We spent like a good 15-20 minutes of the stream just talking. Probably a little more than that, actually. Probably close to like 30 at this point, but I promise we'll get through more. I'm feeling a bit more awake now than I did, so we'll probably go later than normal. Mostly just because I started late. Like, we're already like 30 minutes out from it being my normal end time. But, you know what? Fuck it. I did everything I needed to do today. I woke up late. I actually thought I was going to be able to do it in time, but I realized there were some things I needed to do and whatever. But yeah, and that said, I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes, and then we will continue. Just remember we mocked the trailer for looking so clunky with its animations. Then we said another two and praised it for being a marked improvement. I mean, it realistically was. That's the issue, is it was an improvement. But here's the thing, with real quick, the thing I'll say about Arc 2 before I get up is, if they really learned their lesson from Atlas, which I hope they did, because again, don't get me wrong, I hate when people are like, oh, Victim, you defended Atlas. Nah. It's like, no, I never defended Atlas. I just said we should give them a fair fucking chance. That's all I said. People out the gate, before we even knew any of the other bullshit, were like, nope, it's gonna be shit. It's made by the developers of Arc. It's gonna be shit. It's gonna be shit. It's gonna be shit. It's like, listen, just because you predicted it doesn't mean that we shouldn't have still given them a little bit of benefit before they fucked it up, right? Before we get to see it fucked up. gonna have I mean, I hope it does. It is Arc 2 after all. No, I'm joking. I get the reference. But the issue though is that if they don't fix it this time, they're gonna lose a lot of goodwill. So what they need to do with Arc 2 is make it first off this time, make it to be a game. So hit us with the optimization out the gate, right? Because again, I will forever forgive the original Arc developers because they weren't building a game at first. It only got released to the public because people told them that they should. They were basically peer pressured into releasing the game. That was supposed to be like a tech demo art project. It was really not meant to be anything else originally. At least if their early accounts were to be believed. I don't know why they'd lie about that though. That's a bit weird of a weird thing. They could have just literally said it was their first game and then they were new if they wanted to do that, right? But anyways, point is they mentioned there's a lot of really actually heartwarming stories wrapped around the Arc release originally. I wholly recommend people go look up old things. Like one of the guys, he didn't say whether she was autistic or not, but the way he phrased it made me think that she maybe had something along those lines, or maybe some sort of like trauma that, you know, in some form or fashion. But one of the devs, I think it was his girlfriend or wife, either or, wanted to raise chickens, but because they lived in the city, they couldn't do it. So instead, in his tech demo, he created the dodo birds, and allowed her to tame them, and that's actually where that even came from, if I recall correctly, so that she could have her chickens in a virtual space instead, which is like super fucking heartwarming. Honestly, I was like, oh, dude, I don't know. I can't look at Arc and be mad. I just can't. It's like, sure, is it unoptimized? Is it crap? Should you not buy it if it can't run on your computer? Yeah, no, 100%. Consumerism, like, yeah, perfectly. Like, do not buy it if it does not work. Do not buy it if you do not like it. Like, easy. You know, like, it's one of those moments of like, yeah, I 100% don't think that if Arc isn't going to be for you, don't do it. But at the same time, it's like, it was still a pretty decent game, just was very horribly optimized. Now, don't get me wrong, I think, you know, it would have been nice to, like, have a way of doing away with the RPG elements and just making it a strict dinosaur versus player game. There's a lot of things in there that I think they could have provided us with, or at least modders could have, which modders never did. That would have been interesting, but that's whatever. That's neither here nor there. That's more of a personal preference thing than a game flaw thing. For inclusion, because the engine's been used for like 10 games. Has it been? I know they've used it for the other Arc clones, like Pixarc or whatever it's called, Pixel Arc or whatever. But they never really tried to pretend like it wasn't going to be, though. The only one that they ever did try to pretend it wasn't going to be was Atlas, which I fucking hated when people were like, oh, look, they're trying to skip over their DLC pass. It's like, well, no, their DLC pass outlined exactly what it was going to release. If they released any more DLC for Arc, it was going to cost more money anyways. Like, I always hated that example. It's like these people are literally like grasping at fucking straws to hate shit when there's literal evidence that they're fucking wrong. It's like, it's right there. I can literally pull it up and prove it to people. And I did. I literally did. And then people were like, oh, you're just defending the game. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm just correcting your stupidity. If you want to go at a game, go at it legitimately. Hit it for the real fucking reasons. Don't just try to make shit up like that, man. Come on. Like, hit Atlas for being an unoptimized mess despite being a later developed game for the company. That's perfect. At that point, they should have learned their lesson. They didn't. That's a fuck up on their part. Boom. Instant, fairness on a statement like that. They didn't implement all the things they said they were going to implement, like classes and abilities and such. Boom, hit them for that. They advertised it to be there in the beta and it wasn't. So boom, you can hit them for that. Why hit them for shit that isn't even real? I always hated that, man. I fucking hate that so much. It's like, there's plenty of reason to hate. There's plenty of reason to dislike. There's plenty of reason. Like, why make shit up? I don't know. I sorry. I could rant about this for a while. It's just one of those moments where, like, there's plenty of reasons to not like Atlas, not like Arc, not like whatever. But I just feel like a lot of people hit it for, like, the wrong reasons. And it's just weird. And, I don't know, kind of cringy, honestly. There's like a cow game I saw that used it. Oh, I'm not familiar. I'm not saying. I feel like I may have actually seen them before. Now I think about it, actually. Wasn't meant as I thought it was, but Dark and Light and Outlaws of the Old West. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. Their engine definitely needs a overhaul, and they should have known better to build games in it, especially after Arc. That's inexcusable at that point. Like I said, I'm not trying to defend them at all. I think that Arc, as it was at launch and as it is now, is perfectly fine. It was a game that was probably never going to be optimized properly. It just, you know, when you come from such a horrible place on the optimization, it's kind of hard just to get it to a good spot again. But their subsequent games, they should have learned that lesson. They should have fixed those problems. And if they didn't, which to my understanding they didn't, again, I never played Atlas, I never played in these other games either. Then yeah, that's inexcusable. It's like, oh, I'm not gonna buy your product if you're not gonna fix them. Is kind of my stance, and I think that should be everyone's stance. Maybe I were one of the devs on the Arc dev. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, at that point, yeah, criticism should be made. And that's why I'm hoping for Arc 2, they learn that lesson. If they don't learn that lesson, I'll probably lose, like, all my faith in them. Like, I have very little left, but I will definitely lose all of it at that point. Man, that still bothers me. Like, yeah, I think you can even still go look it up right now. If you look up the original DLC pass, sorry, it outlines the DLCs that are included in it, and that where it has a cutoff date. People acting like season passes are just indefinitely giving you all DLC for games. There's games that have multiple DLC passes because they have a large swathing DLC releases. Now, you can argue or not whether that's a good practice or not, but that wasn't what people were arguing. They were arguing, like, oh, Atlas could have just been DLC, and they just wanted to not have it be included in their season pass. It's like, no, because there was nothing, after the last DLC that had been launched, there was nothing included in that DLC pass anymore. Everything further was going to be added in as its own next DLC pass. Yeah, Dead or Alive 5, yeah, okay. That's a good example of both, yes, what I'm saying, and also, holy shit, what the fuck did they do? Anyways, I'm digressing super hard, tangenting super hard. I'm gonna go, I'll be back 5:10. I apologize for all these rambles and rants, but, I don't know, I think that's something I've always been really passionate about. It's like, if you wanna go in on someone for doing something that's wrong, or, I don't know, I'm trying to think of like a word, like or something you think needs to be like called out, or so on and so forth, just make sure it's like real and you're not just having like an emotional reaction to seeing something you don't like. Because like, I mean, that's fair to have those. I mean, we all have our knee-jerk reactions. I've even reacted on them. We're all human. But like, I don't know, do your due diligence kind of deal. Just yeah, it just comes off weird if you like start screaming about something that isn't real, or is real but like is entirely different from the way you're portraying it or whatever. So yeah, pick your hills, pick your battles. I don't know, I feel like that's a good moral. But I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah. Yeah, I realize I am passionate about some weird things sometimes, but yeah, I want to make it doubly clear, just so it's on record. I'm not like excusing bad practice. I just think that, especially, there's a decent reason behind it. It's one of those moments of like, we would have never had Ark if they never released it, and people ended up enjoying it, and then, you know, ended up having fun. I ended up having fun with it. So at that point, it really doesn't matter. It's like people were mad about the way that they handled their DLC originally, but releasing DLC for a game that wasn't even launched yet. But like, I don't think that that's a problem as long as the DLC is good. And guess what? The DLC was great. It was better than the base game. And they lost a lawsuit that was really bullshit too, like one that really didn't make any sense. About like non-compete clauses in a game that was entirely different in genre and all this other shit. And it's just like they got done dirty in a way that they just, I don't think anyone ever deserves, right? So it's like, yeah. It's hard to believe Lucretta's alive. Well, if she survived that avalanche, then Arietta and Largo probably survived as well. And from what Ash was saying, Zink and the Commandant might be alive too. And even if Van isn't, the God Generals are probably already creating replicas. The decrease in 7 phonons would make sense then. Ash was saying that Lorelei's imprisonment would cause that too. Well, we need to find out more from him. Yes, let's hurry after Ash. Luke, you okay? Come on, let's go. Oh, yeah, sorry. Luke, you're not thinking that you're inferior to Ash because you're a replica, or anything stupid like that, are you? What? No, of course not. Good. Okay. Where did he go? Further in? It looked like he went further in. Or maybe not. I don't remember there being an extra thing here. There's one in the wind one in the ice area, and one somewhere else. Let me double check the synopsis though, because I don't know where he... Oh yeah, wait, they said he'd go to St. Bina, that's right. Yeah, I'll try to keep the rant and such down. We still don't have a way of dealing with the blue. That bothers me so much, dude. Am I gonna have to backtrack for that? Like, what if I forgot about it? I don't know.
Prepare a carriage at once.
Hey, it's the Colonel.
Well, hello there.
Perfect timing. Jade, has Ash been here? He's injured.
No, I haven't seen him. Even if he had come, I don't think he'd get any closer once he saw this.
There sure is a big commotion. Did something happen?
Malkuth's Kessadonia regional forces were attacked during training. This city is still under reconstruction. We're carrying the wounded to the capital.
What? Who would attack the Malkuth Imperial forces?
Exactly. Until recently, it would have been Kimlaska, but...
Natalia would bite your head off if she heard you say that.
Well, then it'll be our little secret.
The Colonel looks scary, but He's a fun guy on the inside.
Really?
No, he's scary on the inside, too.
Jade, we've just received word that Frings was wounded.
Frings? General Frings?
They've already transported him to the capital.
Understood.
Jade, if you're going to Grand Kokma, we'll take you.
Oh? Why?
Well, we owe him one from before. I'm worried about him.
I see. I'll take you up on your offer. I need to have him explain the situation to me.
Probably the God Generals, but why would they? Unless it was Ash, then
Colonel Curtis.
Even more so, why?
Everyone.
Are you okay to sit up?
If I lie down now, I won't ever open my eyes again.
Don't say things like that.
What about the military healers?
I was under treatment until a short while ago, but they said it's too late.
No.
Colonel Curtis, please convey to His Majesty the identity of the attackers.
Understood. I'll hear your report here.
It was approximately one company, carrying the banner of the Kimlaskan Royal Forces.
That can't be right.
They took out our flank with suicide bombers, using 5th Phonon-based phone tech bombs.
That's not the sort of tactic a national military would use.
Correct. The majority of them were poorly equipped. Only a few had military uniforms. Their flag and some equipment was Kimlaskan, but I don't believe they were part of the Royal Military.
Colonel, we need to get him to a bed.
No. If you can, please, take me to the sanctuary.
But...
Let's take him. This is his final request.
Poor Frings, dude. He was supposed to marry Cecile.
I heard my birth score for the year here, but it didn't mention falling into the cliff off.
The world has left the path of Yulia's score.
A future not written in the score. It's so frightening. And so free.
Free?
Yes. I wish I could have lived in this world just a little longer. The ones who attacked my forces, I don't think they were with Kimlaska. They all had empty eyes. Like they were dead.
Replica army?
Right. Neither King Ingobert nor Natalia would ever break this treaty.
Master Luke, please, don't allow war to start again.
I won't.
Yulia, please bring happiness to this world that has lost the score. And to her.
Poor Frings.
A world without the score isn't free. It's just scary.
Maybe that's how you feel, Annis. But General Frings was trying to find a way to live in a world without the score.
My brother was wrong. I'm sure of that now. There was at least one human being who was trying to escape the score shackles.
But General Frings was killed and we don't even know who did it.
I'm going to see His Majesty. If you don't mind, Luke, I'd like you to accompany me.
Me? That's fine, but...
You don't sound very happy about it.
I don't really feel comfortable around him.
Why? He's really rich.
I have to report about Ash myself. Let's go together.
This is an interesting development. I bet you they're a replica army, though. I think that's what they were trying to hint at. Does that mean Jade's in the party now? Sorry, there, Annis. As much as I would love to have her in the party because she's tanky as fuck, Jade hurts so much. He also provides a lot of necessary benefit with his magic casting and such. Even though General Frings is dead, there's so much we have to get done right away. And we're still alive. We can't afford to stop moving. And if we do, others may be killed. In the same manner as Fring's unit. Can we just take a little time? I understand your desire for some peace and quiet to mourn. So the purposes of mourning is to allow the living to make peace with the dead. You'll have to work through your feelings yourself. Yeah. If you can't do that, then others could suffer similar fates in the future. Right now, what you need to do is just keep going. And do what I can. Damn it. Poor Frings, man. Before we go any further, I want to check something real quick. How do I get to it? It's not in the status. Marker, hurrah. We're almost up 100 skits since I last looked. It was like 180-ish last we looked. Up to 274 now. Let's go into the pigsty. I wanted to see if after the guy made. Oh, we missed that last time. Unless it was new. What is that core? It was this one, right? 3 physical attack, 2 physical defense. So it's another 5. We have 6 ones now. I'd like to give that one to Jade. Those phone attacks up there anyways. So, was this one any good? I mean, I guess it's basically the same thing. This Stracito, just a bit reduced, but also gives a bit more on the, yeah. Either way.
I see. So Aslan has passed away.
Yes. I would like Luke to inquire within the Kimloskan court regarding the matter.
Luke, could I get you to do that?
I wonder if they'll listen to me.
What are you talking about? You're King Engelbert's nephew.
Are they picking on you for being a replica? You can come live here with Gylardia if you want.
Your Majesty, please don't make inappropriate jokes.
I was serious. Oh well. Luke, have confidence in yourself. You formed the peace treaty between Kimlaska and Malkuth.
True.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Okay. I'm counting on you, Luke. Now, all that's left is Ash.
Yes, just as Your Majesty thought. He knew that the God Generals were still alive. He also appears to be aware of the growing planet storm.
If I may ask, Your Majesty, why are you searching for Ash?
A witness reported that he has the key of Lorelei. We think it may be possible to use it to suppress the planet storm.
Oh yeah, Legretta was saying something about the Key of Lorelei, too.
Yes, I wonder if they're looking for it as well.
Yeah, I think she mentioned needing it from Ash, didn't she?
But according to Guy's information, the planet storm's heightened activity is the result of Lorelei being trapped somewhere. Perhaps we should understand that situation before concerning ourselves with the key.
You can hear Lorelei's voice too, right, Luke? Has it said anything?
Yeah, I can. But I haven't heard it since we lowered the Outer Lands.
What did it say then?
I'll send you the key. Save me. And then something about one who would seize glory trying to capture Lorelei.
Luke, why didn't you say anything about it before now?
What? Well, I didn't get what it meant.
How could you not? If Lorelei said the word key, anybody would think of the Key of Lorelei.
Yeah, not to mention Van.
Well, I mean, would he though? Because, like, I don't know. I don't think so. Because, like, I think that's kind of the point, right? Is that he wouldn't think of that. He doesn't have the same knowledge that the rest of them do. I mean, sure, he's heard of the Key of Lorelei, but probably not enough, or even has a total grasp on its importance enough to, like, have that, like, pop into memory the moment he hears the word key. You know? Not to mention the one who would seize glory. I mean, while it's obvious for us as the players to kind of to see it, I think in Luke's shoes to recognize that as Van would be a stretch, considering they thought he died, right?
Van?
He couldn't have known. Luke doesn't know ancient Hispanian.
Oh, that's right. We only taught him what he needed to know for daily life.
What are you talking about?
The ancient Hispanian word for one who would seize glory is Van de Stelka.
Van was absorbed by the planet storm. He'll have ended up at the core.
Oh, I forgot about that point too. They actually mentioned that earlier too. But
Are you saying Master Van trapped Lorelei?
That's what Ash thinks. Or rather, that's what he heard from Lorelei.
But Master Van's already...
No, we don't know that. If Ash is right, then Sink is still alive. And Van could be too.
Luke, you didn't get the Key of Lorelei?
No, never.
That's strange. Lorelei said that it would send the key, and apparently Ash has one. So where is the other key supposedly sent to Luke?
We have to find Ash. He knows more about this than we do.
I've got a bad feeling about all this.
I have a feeling the key is literally them. I don't think it's a physical
something's
item.
happening, but we don't know what it is or who's doing it.
Yes, but let's start with what we can confirm. Were the Malkuth forces attacked by the real Kimloskan military? That should be easy to check.
We'll investigate as well. Jade, pursue Ash once you confirm Kimlaska's activity. Gylardia.
Could I continue to assist Jade?
Worried about your childhood friend?
Something like that.
Very well. I'm counting on you.
Then we're off to Batical, huh? I'll send a letter to Ion, so wait at the entrance of the city for me.
A letter? Now? Oh well, let's head to the entrance and wait.
So, Master Van's the one who trapped Lorelei? And almost certainly, judging from Lorelei's last words to you. So, Ash has been going after Van. There's the key, too. We'd better go find Ash. Well, right now, let's confirm whether those who attacked the Malkuth army were indeed Kim Laskin. It shouldn't take too long to confirm. Yeah, it'd be a lot easier than trying to find Ash. We might even run into him in Batical anyway. The mysterious attackers are a problem. I agree that we should check on them first. Okay. Batical, right? Yes. Come on, let's go. Ooh, my fingers. Need a good crack. Alright. I have to start stretching my fingers before stream. Before I video game, as it were. What's the deal with this place? I don't think we've been allowed to search around before. I love all the extra stuff that lies around, but considering we have time constraints, I'm just going to assume that the story explains most of it to us. It's funny, I normally like the deep dives in video games. Like, I read almost all the item descriptions in Dark Souls and, you know, so on and so forth, right? But, like, since we are looking at, like, 2 days to beat the game. Oh, cool. Free rest. Yeah, fuck it. Let's take it. I don't think we've done much, but probably spent some TP or something, I assume. So yeah, I hope it doesn't come to pass, but there's a good chance that tomorrow we might be looking at like a 10-hour stream. Oh, speaking of which, one thing that is actually very important, I double checked. One moment. I made a Reddit message. Wait, where'd it go? Is this it? Here we are. Refresh the page. A Reddit post asking for the helpsies. It does not look like I received the helpsies. So, for Tales of Arise, is my thread on top? Hey, did it get suppressed somehow? Oh, I probably did. Oops. Whatever. I needed help and I didn't notice. But I'm trying to figure out something about I fucking hate Reddit, dude. They got so many weird ass fucking rules. It's hard to keep up with them all. Not a big deal. I think they wanted me to post in their mega thread, but I didn't. Whatever. Oops. But I'm trying to figure out. Nowhere on the internet can you find this information, and maybe you can, but I searched and couldn't find anything. Nothing. They all say auto download when it comes to downloading games on PlayStation. Well, that's not pre-download. What is a pre-download? Or sorry, what is an auto download versus that? So it's like, I don't know when I'm gonna have the game downloaded, and I can't seem to find the answer, which sucks, but that's fine. That's whatever. Hey there, bowling. It looks like it's slightly flashing on the left. Oh, all good, yeah. I wish I could fix it. We've been able to fix it a little bit. It used to be way worse, and on some screens it's still pretty bad. But it's just a problem with the emulation. There's apparently I don't think it happens to everybody, but apparently emulating the game sometimes makes the graphical, or like it makes the screen tear on the sides. But also you can't really notice it, although it is here. I can kind of see it. The glow effects and all the lights are skewed a little bit. Sometimes that's a lot more noticeable. But, yeah. It's unfortunate, but that's all we got. It actually can be really disorienting at times. It can be really frustrating. But, alright, so... Where did the ship end up? In the port? I think the port's this way. No, the port's not this way. I just don't think it is. You know what? We'll find it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm worried about that though, because like I wanted to do Tales of Arise like the hour, the second it came out if I could. But it's starting to look like we can't download the game until it launches, which is gonna suck because anyone that bought it on Steam is instantly going to be able to play it. Which I could have bought it on Steam, and, you know... Oh, that's right. Forgot that was mentioned. And it's one of those moments of, like, a first world problem, 100%. Not anything really worth complaining about. But... I just... I think the thing that bothers me the most is, like, I can't find the answer online anywhere. It's like... Can I like I literally type in like, can I download a game early?
You got here too fast.
On PlayStation 5 or PlayStation 4 for that matter, and they're like, oh yes, auto download is a thing. It's like auto download just means that it downloads automatically. That doesn't mean that that is a weird way to word that. And they're like, yeah, we have auto download. I know. It's like, huh? Like. It's so hard to look up. It actually is so confusing.
Did you send the letter already?
Yep. Now, let's go to Batical. Tyr, you don't look well. Are you okay?
I'm sorry. I was thinking about Van. I never thought he could be alive.
Tyr.
Something I'm confused about is how the hell did he capture Lorelei the moment he, like, fell? Something doesn't add up here. It almost seems like he had an ulterior motive the entire time that he wasn't letting on. And that destroying the world wasn't the real goal, maybe? It was just a byproduct? I mean, I had made that mention early on, I think. Or something akin to that. But then I had, you know, dismissed it as we went along. But, like, I guess thinking about it, that could have been true. Perhaps what he was doing was more to suppress Lorelei than it was to do anything else. But I'm not sure.
I'm a terrible sister. I should be happy that he's alive. But I'm scared when I think about what he was trying to do.
If Master Van is alive, then you can ask him about all of your doubts.
I mean, realistically, we're at a point where the only way he can destroy the world now is if he makes the core explode again.
Right?
You're pretty good at spotting silver linings so long as it's someone else's cloud.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry it still bothers me that I'm a replica.
I have a feeling I know why you don't feel comfortable around His Majesty.
What are you talking about?
If you haven't realized it, then don't worry about it. And what are you grinning at?
Oh, nothing. This conversation just brings back memories.
How so?
Dist hated His Majesty too.
Don't you dare say I'm the same as Dist.
I'm actually not certain. Is it because he sees himself in Peony? I'm actually not certain about that. Well, it's kind of late, but I guess I really should have taught you Ancient Hispanian. Oh, that's okay. I didn't bother trying to learn it, really. Besides, it was hard enough just learning the phonic language. I don't know if I could have done both. Well, Ancient Hispanian uses the same characters and similar grammar, but the pronunciation is entirely different. You might have ended up mixing them up and being unable to speak either correctly. What? So how come we got to learn that crazy language anyway? It's a pain. It's all it is. Jeez. And of course, it's not as if your fluency in your own language is very commendable either. Excuse me? Ennis, what did you report to Ion? Huh? Oh, just about General Frings and the attack on the Malkuth army and all that. I just, thought you might want to know. But yes, I knew the general, so I imagine it must be hard on him. Yeah. Well, we must find out who's responsible for his sake, too. Tyr. What would you think if... Never mind. Let's get going to Batical. Ennis? Uh-oh, Anna says something on her mind. Alright, where's Batical? It's basically north of us. Actually, can we land at the radiation gate early? I have a feeling we'll have to go here eventually. We made it. I don't think I've said it yet, but I actually really think they've done a pretty decent job with the camera angles in this game. Which is saying something, because I think most Tales games have a bit of a problem with how they handle their, what's it called there? Camera angles. I still find that funny that that ended up being basically the exact same as the regular stuff. Whatever. Here we go. Wait, we put our Saphira on Jade? I actually didn't know that. Or didn't remember that, I should say. I probably did know that, just did not remember. Then again, I'm the one who did it, so I guess that makes sense. Oh, we don't got much money to do this. In fact, we Sorry, Annis, guess you get sidelined once again. I'm actually really surprised that the Vorpal sword isn't better. Because we actually... I want to think of it. A second. Ah, I didn't think to check that. It's got water damage. So there is probably a point in time where that is still better. Keep that in mind. If we end up fighting anything fire-based, I'll equip it. Yeah, I don't know. I find it funny. I criticize Legendia a lot for the way that it handled its gear upgrading. It felt too few and far between, I guess, if that makes sense. But I feel like Abyss might do it a bit too linear. Like I don't know. I've never really been a fan of like gear being direct upgrades to one another. I get that it's a staple in JRPGs, and it's not like it's, you know. No, I shouldn't say I hate it by any means, but it always felt a little, what's the word for it? Uninspired, I guess. It's like you could instead make like this really cool set of gear. Furnition room in the teapot. Nice, nice. Is it? I don't know. I think I'd say it's more because unless you have a large house, you're really not given much. Oh, by the way, Guy, you're not being a burden on everyone in battle, are you? I wonder. It's a whole group of strong fighters. Well, you have the opportunity. Go visit the old man named G, who lives in the Zhao Desert, to the east. If you tell him Pear sent you, well, he should be able to teach you something useful about the sword. Oh, okay. Cool. That's probably a side quest for, like, a new art. I don't know though. It's like in 14 you get like such a small space to work with.
I hope Natalia's back. We could really use her help.
Did you call me?
What are you doing here?
I just returned from inspecting Chesidonia. Actually, I was just wanting to speak to you.
My.
As unconcerned as ever, I see. Perhaps you can explain just what's going on. The Kingdom of Kimlaska Landvaldir has taken no military action against the Malkuth Imperial forces.
Ah, that's what I thought.
Oh, that's what I thought? Don't you have anything more to say? Everyone in Chesidonia stared at me like I was the devil. It was insulting. Don't tell me this was all just some show of Malkuth force.
That's what we've come to talk about, Natalia. Could you get us an unofficial audience with His Majesty?
Certainly. Let's discuss the details in Father's room.
She went straight for the throat. Literally. Physically, like.
I see. So that's what happened.
Nonsense they do. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of, like, nonsense that can go on, but at the same time, you're given such a small space to do it in. And while, sure, there's a lot less, there's a bit more restriction on what you can do in Genshin, but I think, honestly, aside from maybe not having as much options, but in all fairness, it's a lot newer of a system than 14's, so I feel like that's fair, you know. But I'd say there's definitely a lot more space to work with, which means that you can do a lot bigger things with it. And even though it's restricted, there's still quite a bit of things you can do. You just gotta fiddle with it. I don't know. I think, while it's true I didn't really get into 14's housing all that hard, I don't know. I just, looking at it, I think Genshin still comes out a bit on top for me.
I have issued no orders to attack Malkuth.
That said, not to say it's not without its problems, though. Like, they really need to fix the load limit stuff. I honestly think that they should stop catering super hard to mobile users. I get that that's where they get most of their money. But, like, maybe make, like, a separate version of the game or something for them. It's like, there's so much that they're literally being dragged down by developing the game more in favor of the mobile audience. Or more specifically, keeping both versions the same. It's fine if we want to have crossplay. Like, if you crossplay with someone playing on mobile, you just get the same restrictions. Like, no problem. No big deal. As long as they keep that in mind, there shouldn't be a problem, but I don't know.
Indeed. My country is innocent.
Then who was it that attacked General Frings?
He said that the eyes of the unidentified soldiers were like those of the dead. That concerns me.
Does that mean something to you?
Similar cases have appeared in connection with Fomicry experiments. With the God Generals involved, it's possible that they have created replica soldiers.
One sec. A $5 study to replace our $1 billion pal, or $1 billion fortress. Fair. My submission for a new audio alert. I'll look at that in a bit, Shree. Hit me. Damn. Yeah, Dylan finally got his Xbox Series. I think he went with the S. Because he mostly just wants it for emulation. But yeah.
Replicas. The same as me.
This is an outrage. What could they gain by using replicas to impersonate my kingdom?
Perhaps they're trying to cause a war between Kinlaska and Malkuth.
That's no different than Moe's.
That's right. Dis took Moe's away. If Moe's is involved, he might be trying to restore the score by making Kinlaska and Malkuth fight.
Father, please allow me to go to Doth.
Why Doth?
After our journey, I spent a long time thinking about the score. The world has veered from Yulia's score, yet countless people still live bound by it.
Yeah, it's scary not having it.
I believe we need to hold a summit regarding what to do about the score. Whether this incident was Moe's work or not, we cannot allow any further foolish action in the name of the score. And to do that, we need the cooperation of the Phone Master.
Yes, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, we don't know where Ash went, and we don't know where Moe's is either.
Then I shall permit your departure, Natalia.
Thank you, Father.
So we're going to Doth.
Ooh, we finally got our character back.
I think we should. We need to inform them that my brother may still be alive as well.
Although, in all fairness, it's not like playing as Luke was that hard, but...
I told them that in my letter, so let's pass, okay?
What, you don't want to go home?
No, it's not that.
Okay, then we're off to Doth.
Luke, take care of Natalia.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Sorry, other guy, but Luke has more health, and as much as Luke, I think Guy does more damage overall and more combos, but like, I'd much rather have a bigger meat shield. Do you really think people will be able to get along without the score? Well, whenever we've been faced with a decision, the score has always told us the best answer. We should just ask the score if we can live without the score. If the score goes away, we'll have to make those decisions all by ourselves. I don't know. The score is embedded so deeply into society, even politics. True, while there's diverged from the score, we understand why that has happened, but most people are unaware of the circumstances. Well, in fact, they don't even know. We can't just say, okay, let's live without the score, and expect everyone to agree. It's just like a guidepost to life, after all. It would be like telling someone to walk around in the darkness without a light. Well, even if they decide to proceed without the score. It could take decades for people to accept that. And naturally, people are not that simple. Honestly, I hate that analogy. It's like, oh, it's like walking in the dark without a candle or a torch or whatever. It's like, not really. No. See, or like, sorry, like asking them. I guess you could argue if they are, without coming up with a better solution, then yeah, 100%. I guess that's fair. But it's not like us asking them to do that, or even removing the whatever the hell it's called there is doing that. It's the other. It's more akin to asking someone to make their own light to walk through the darkness. It's like, yo, bro, pick up a fucking torch. I don't know, light something on fire. Figure it out. It is the idea of creating your own way forward. Not necessarily telling them to just fucking deal and just mindlessly wade your way towards the future. But I think in part the reason why they worded it that way was to kind of hit home the idea that they can't fathom it any other way. Or rather, they're having a hard time doing so. I think it's kind of the point. That or it was an oversight and I'm overthinking it. It literally could be either, I guess. Let's put Natalia. Beautiful. A lot of running around and not a whole lot of doing anything going on. We might actually be a lot closer to the end of the game than I thought. I wonder just how Lorelei intended to send the key. Well, the key of Lorelei is said to be made out of the 7th phonon. If it does exist, couldn't it have been disassembled into phonons and sent that way? Could something be broken down into phonons and atoms? Really reach someone else on its own? If you did that to a living creature, it'd die. Well, the key is inorganic, so it should be, well, not completely impossible. As for a broken down key being able to reach Luke, well, I did say that Luke's phonon frequency is the same as that of the 7th phonon. So, I take advantage of that fact. Yes, in a sense, Luke and Ash and Lila are one and the same. Oh, fuck. At least in terms of their phonon frequencies. Still don't get it. But assuming Lorelei did send part of the key to Luke, why didn't Luke get it? think we'll have to ask Ash about that. It all comes down to Ash, huh? Yeah, could it be? Contamination effect? Ah, no, it couldn't be. Shouldn't be. That would be too cruel. I'm not entirely certain what Jade means by that, but I think he was insinuating that the reason we didn't get it is because of the contamination. But if that were true, then there's literally no way to save him. Or as far as we're aware, at the very least.
Tyr!
I'm sorry. I just felt a little dizzy.
I'll call Ion.
I'm fine. I think it's just my medicine wearing off.
That's odd. If it were merely your medicine wearing off, you shouldn't look that pale.
What's going on? Is it getting worse?
I don't think so. It shouldn't progress as long as I don't inhale any more miasma.
Can you walk to the cathedral? Annis is probably preparing a place to rest there.
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you.
Everyone! Anna's told me what happened to Tyr.
Phone Master, I'm all right. I'm sorry to have worried you.
Tyr, you look
That
far
clipping
from
with
all
her
right
hair.
to me.
Hey, where did Annis go?
I really can't call shit on games for clipping, but it's like, that just looks funny. After playing so much Soul Calibur over the years, nothing will ever have clipping as hard as that game does.
That's strange. She said she was heading back to meet you, Luke.
I haven't seen her.
Well, I'm sure she'll be back shortly. Let's all head to my room in the meantime.
Wait, what? That's an oddity. What does that mean?
Something isn't right. Barring further exposure to the miasma, she shouldn't be this tired.
It's possible that the miasma has pervaded the planet storm. If so, it should pass through the phone belt exiting the atmosphere. Its impact should be minimal.
You don't mean that the stronger planet storm is making more of the miasma?
Shouldn't we be more concerned with removing the miasma built up in Tyr's body?
Didn't the doctor and Belkin say that was impossible? And Natalia, weren't you going to propose that someone on the score to the Phone Master?
See, I don't like that idea. It's like, if it can enter, it can leave. Unless it's not the miasma, like, physically being inside of her body, more that it's the damage it caused by entering her body. You know, such as like, I guess a weird example is like if you were to swallow fire and scar the shit out of your like neck or the inside of your throat, I guess, and like all that. It's like, sure, the fire then dissipates and leaves. It's no longer there, but the damage is done. So maybe the miasma does something akin to that. I'm sure there's a way better analogy to be made there, but that's the first thing that came to mind. But
Well, yes, but
if she physically has miasma stored in her body, it got in there somehow, I'm sure we could get it out. It's probably more of a question of, does the technology exist? Does the method exist currently?
Well, actually, I do have an idea about how to get rid of the miasma in Tyr's body. But to do it,
Ion, we have a problem.
Annis, just where have you been?
That's what I'm saying. We have a serious problem outside.
What's happened?
The miasma's everywhere. It's seriously bad. Ion, please, come quickly.
We should go too.
Tyr! You may have fainted because of a strong sensitivity to the miasma. You should stay here.
If the miasma is really back, then it won't make much of a difference where I stay.
You're always so damn stubborn.
Stubborn and right.
Fine. Just try to take it easy.
I will. Thank you.
Why could the miasma have returned? Well, it was sealed away instead of destroyed, so there was a small possibility of it leaking out. But this does not seem to be an accident. Let's go see what happened. Tyr, you need to take care of yourself. Yeah, you'll just collapse again. I told you, it doesn't matter where I am. Worry about the miasma, not me. Come on, let's go. Oh, why's my throat? Getting all raspy on me. Get in. Oh, hi.
What?
Don't move!
Major Lagretta!
What the hell is this?
We can't afford to have you meddling now. We also have a few questions about the Key of Lorelei. Now behave yourselves. I told you once before that you throw too slowly. Don't make the same mistake twice.
What are you going to do with Ion, Lagretta?
Arietta, stand down!
Are you really going to make Ion read the 7th phone stone score?
The planet score? But that would...
It would kill him! His body's too weak! I won't let you do that!
Yeah, Annis did drop the hint earlier that Arietta was in love with the previous Fawn Master.
It's the most convenient bait to lure Mose. It's necessary in order to raise the Isle of Ferris. You want that, don't you?
Luke, Annis has taken Ion to the Sephiroth in the cathedral here.
Annis?
Arietta, you'd betray us?
Van said he wouldn't kill Ion. You all are the traitors.
Luke, let's hurry to the secret passage.
I think Van lied to her, but yeah, damn, okay.
I'd noticed Annis had been acting strange lately.
All right, Arietta, thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna mention, she did seem a little, like, hard on, like, her ways. More so than what was natural, but I didn't think it meant anything. Well, what could Lagretta be trying to do? Well, forcing Ion to read the score runs counter to Van's intentions. Yeah. She said something about bait for Mose, too. Whatever. We've got to go after Ion. If they make him read the score, he'll die. Arietta didn't desire Ion's death. The God Generals must have divided at that moment. And so it would seem. Well, in any case, we don't have time to waste. Yeah, let's hurry. Wasn't it up here, actually? Still wish I knew how to get over there. I don't know why I keep doing that. I'm just fat fingering both buttons at once.
Wait!
Luke!
What the hell is Mose doing here? Annis, what are you trying to do?
Lagretta's useless. She couldn't even keep this band of children occupied. Annis, take care of this mess. Do not betray me. Oliver and Pamela are counting on you.
Wait, Annis! What does he mean?
Shut up! It's been my job from the start to keep Mose informed about Ion.
Well, there always has to be one character who betrays the party in these games.
Stop!
What'd you just throw at us?
No use. It's not responding.
Is there no other way to get to the Sephiroth?
Hey, take a look at this.
It's holding a letter. You can reach the Sephiroth through the volcano shaft in Mount Zalejo. I'm sorry.
It's from Anis. It sounded like Mose has taken her parents hostage.
Indeed. It's also probably true that she was Moe's spy from the beginning.
In any case, let's trust Anis for now and hurry to Mount Zalejo. It's dangerous for Ion to read the planet score.
Yes, Ion is a replica. The moment he reads it, the 7th phonons in his body will run out. He won't survive.
Yeah, we have to save him.
No sign of Arietta.
Or Lagretta. I wonder what happened.
Had they killed each other here, we'd at least still see their corpses.
Colonel, Arietta may have been our enemy, but she did just help us. And Lagretta was Tyr's instructor. Please, show some consideration.
My apologies.
Oh, Tyr. I heard from Arietta. Has Mose really kidnapped Phone Master Ion?
Yes, we're headed to Mount Zalejo to help the Phone Master now. Do you know where Arietta is?
She was injured, so I put her to rest in Oliver's room. First, Lagretta and Arietta turn up alive. Now the miasma reappears. Just what the devil is going on?
So that talk of the miasma coming back was true?
Yes, and thanks to that, the city is in a panic. Please be careful. I'll send the Oracle Knights to the volcano right away. Oh, also, if you find Oliver or Pamela anywhere, tell them to hurry back here. As it stands, there's no one here to look after Arietta.
Sounds like Anis's parents really have been taken hostage.
Yeah, we've got to do something to help them.
Wonder where they're at, though. I have to think that Anis and Mose were connected. There has to be a reason for it. She wouldn't... She did tell us how to find her. It's pretty certain there's something going on. And save the chit-chat for later. If we don't hurry, things could take a permanent turn for the worse. Ion is a replica, after all. If he's forced to read that score... And we can't reach Mount Zalejo crater with the Albior. Or we can, rather. I know I say can't. Yeah. Come on, don't die on us.
Damn. Is this also a result of Lorelei being locked up somewhere?
Yes.
If so, then Van is really...
Is my brother alive?
Tyr, are you all right?
I'm fine. I was just exposed to a bit of the miasma is all.
Tyr's body was the first to sense that the miasma was returning.
I'll be fine. Right now we need to go after Ion.
Tyr, I'm sorry. I wish I could do something to help you.
You idiot. Now is no time to be wallowing in guilt. Let's go.
Alright. You heard the ma'am. Let's do this. I was kind of hoping it would be a little bit, like, fainter. You know, one of those moments of, like,
What is that?
took a second to fully come out.
That's...
Yaman? That's not possible. Shut up and move!
Steady, everyone.
Replicas.
What?
Might these perhaps be replicas? The military experimented with programming replicas to perform a set task. These people's eyes are the same as those of the subjects of those experiments.
Target sighted. Move to secure them now.
This could get really dark really fast. We're gonna end up having to kill our friends' alternate versions of themselves.
Mary.
Mary? Guy, what are you talking about?
Why? Why is my sister here?
Guy, what's going on?
General Frings too, but we saw him die in Grand Kokma.
I see others who have already passed away. The Colonel is right. They must be replicas.
You all know Grand Maestro Mo's orders. Kill them.
Any phonic arts here would hurt civilians as well. We should eliminate the replicas by the exit and...
Wait! That's where where Mary is!
It's a replica!
I know, but still!
Even knowing that they're replicas doesn't mean we could just kill Iamon and the others.
And that's exactly what Mose is counting on!
Leave them to me.
Tyr!
I've never tried to put so many to sleep at once. I doubt it will last long. Let's get out of here fast.
Yeah, I mean, even if the right move was to kill them,
Damn it, so much has happened. My head is a mess.
it's one of those moments where, like, they definitely needed time to come to that resolution. And if they were to, you know, do that too hastily, they probably would have ended up hurting themselves in the long run. I think it made more sense to put them to sleep, figure it out later. Especially since we're already juggling the morality of our replica's human. You know, Luke is very much his own person. The same way that Ion is very much his own person. But they look like they've been brainwashed or programmed or something or other. So might be a little different. Might be something more akin of, like, you know, like the idea of creating an android versus creating a robot. An android being a human-esque robot, whereas when I say robot, I mean like a stereotypical robot. Beep boop. Yes, my master, I shall create perfect products upon this assembly line. Anyways, mindless in a way, I guess.
Deciding what to do about the score is the least of our worries now.
I never thought I'd see a replica made of my sister.
It was probably a plan to shake us up by making replicas of people close to us.
Though I'm curious, I mean, we already know that Van probably had plans to bring back some of these people, so it's not like it's far-fetched. But, like, why would Mose have created Mary?
Mose is such a bastard.
But an effective one.
Don't say things like that.
My apologies. In any case, the first order of business is aiding Ion. If we don't help him, Ion will die.
You're right. I'm also worried about Annis. Let's go to Mount Zalejo fast.
And I never imagined they would create so many replicas. How could they turn replicas of the dead into soldiers? Mary. Guy, that's just a replica. Yeah, I know, but... all just to make us hesitate. How inhuman! And if they attempt to stop us again, we may not have a choice but to eliminate them. But isn't there anything else we can do? You want to have Tyr sing them to sleep again. You know how weak she is. Damn it. I'm fine. If they attack again, I can stop them. But you're... well, with all that's happened, I can understand if you're flustered. But right now, rescuing Ion takes priority. You need to calm down, Luke. Yes, exactly. Remember what we have to do. Yeah. Let's head for Mount Zalejo. This is where Big Man asks, where in the fuck is Mount Zalejo? Have we been there before? We have. In fact, it's really right in front of us. We're not seeing entrance to Seven Mountain, no? Mount Zalejo. Oh, yeah, I remember this place.
Man, it's hot. I can't breathe in here.
We were here tangentially through Doth.
Mount Zalejo is more active than ever, now that it has descended into the cliff off.
Anyway, let's head towards the passage ring for now.
I can feel the Sephiroth's location.
We'll count on you if we get lost, Mew.
Yes, sir!
Alright. You heard the man. Away we go. Is that gonna be better than Elven Cave? I mean, Elven Cave is so big. It's really hard to pick anything other than it. There we go. Lose 30 agility but gain 3 and 1. Yeah, no, that's alright. There's better boots we could buy if we cared about the agility side of things. But Elven Cape gives us defense against so much. I think the Elven Cape is literally one of the only reasons we were able to beat that boss earlier.
Don't get cocky.
Oh my goodness! Light spear cannon!
There's no escape!
Bring it on!
Thou wouldst take revenge. Carve here thy holy seal. Excellent law.
Stalagmite! You're mine!
Hey! The NPC finally hit a monster with it. Whew. Like the last 3 times, it's hit literally nothing. It's been funny, but you know.
Sonic thrust!
I feel like the game is a tad loud.
Aerial laser! Oh, shining azure!
Oh, are you done fighting already?
Because like, we had it happen to us one other time where it reset the sound, and I restarted my PC and it did reset the sound, but I did turn it back down. Just double checking. So I don't know why I feel like it's so loud. I'm wondering if it's just maybe a bug with the game in some form, where the music just gets louder as you go. Or the game gets louder, more specifically. That'd be a bit weird, but maybe.
Sonic thrust!
Piercing line!
Oh, divine spear, run my enemy through. Holy lance!
Raging havoc!
Oh, tune of my
I found new strength.
Oh, cool. We leveled up. Cool. Yeah, we opted to go this route for some extra agility and extra enhancement, so we could try and get what's it called there? Any extra things that might unlock for us? AD skills, I think it was. Yeah. I don't think we've unlocked anything yet, but I'm hoping we'll eventually get there. I tried looking up like a gauge on like what's cavalry? Why would you want that? I mean, I know I can think of one reason why I'd want that, but only one, and it's not a big one. The only reason why I would want it is so we can aerial laser spam without any issue.
Aerial laser! Hellhammer! Perish!
Oh, Dr. Storm, use thy light and run mine enemies through.
Aerial laser! Aerial laser! Nocturnal light! Banishing havoc!
No! Oh, violent torrent.
Thou who wouldst take revenge, carve here thy holy seal. Excellent law.
Aerial laser! Aerial laser! Another slay!
I wish I knew what enemies we could steal from and which ones we can't. Like, it doesn't look like there's even a way to tell. Maybe if we magic lensed random monsters we could tell? But like, I'm not certain. Fuck, maybe we'll try that. let's just start magic lensing everything. They cost like 2 gold a piece. I'm not too worried about it. That might actually be a good way of telling. I don't know if it is, but it perhaps.
Man, it's hot.
Well, we are inside a volcano. The air seems to burn my throat and lungs with every breath.
Then how come you look so comfortable?
Oh, not at all. I'm so hot I could just die.
God, I love Jade.
You really know how to get on people's nerves.
His English VA is fucking god tier perfect. It's so perfect to a point that I don't even know if I could accept like the Japanese dub version of Jade. I'm normally pretty good to go back and forth on them. Like I'm perfectly fine with either or. But I think the English voice actor for Jade just kills it so hard.
The volcano feels even hotter than the last time we were here.
Mew, is it much farther to the Sephiroth?
Just a little more. Mew.
Like, I think Yuri does a great job as both Ash and Luke, don't get me wrong. Actually, I think he does a better job as Luke than Ash, but I think it's mostly just because we don't hear Ash as often. But, and I forget her name. I have looked up the cast again to refresh my memory, and I've already forgotten. But Natalia's voice actress does a pretty decent job too. Like, I think this cast is actually pretty good. Like, there's very little about the dub that I hate. The only things that the only criticism that I really have is Tyr doesn't seem to voice things in the same level of urgency that she should. Like when she collapsed earlier, she didn't sound like she was weak. She sounded normal. You know, or like when she looked like she was half passed out, she still talked to us as if she was fully awake. You know, it's little minor things like that, but like, you know, they've added up across the game, and Annis a bit more so, just didn't seem to like alter her voice when talking in different ways, so it just sounded like she was talking the same way for every single situation. Not as bad as it was in Eternia's dub, but you know. But I think almost every other character in the game, even a lot of like the sub-characters, have all been done very well. Which again is very surprising for early dubs of games, especially even back like in like the mid-2000s. Shit was very mediocre still at that time. So to hear such a decent cast, it's welcomed, but it's also very surprising.
If the heat doesn't get to us first.
Perhaps Annis's plan is to take care of all of us in one fell swoop.
Gee.
Just kidding. Well, half kidding.
Everybody this way!
Good work, Mew.
Sure.
He's got way too much energy.
Looking at Jade and Mew is only making this more exhausting.
I actually really like Jade's comment. It was like, oh, half joking. He hasn't trusted her the entire time.
This looks like fun.
That's right.
So he loses a decent amount of damage, but I'm wondering. Yeah, he's hitting for like a lot of damage now. So I don't know if that just meant that there wasn't. I don't know if that was saying there wasn't anything to steal from them or not. We are getting basilisk scales from them, but that's drops. Ooh. I have a feeling getting hit by the fire is not a good idea. It's the first time that's happened. What the fuck was that? Oh, my controller's bugged. It's not bugged, it's... Alright. Had to try and clean that out. We've been getting a bit of a drift.
So you want to fight?
It's not that bad, but... And it happens very rarely, and but it's still there. It's kind of
Bring it on!
Starstroke!
Farewell! Fangblade!
Aerial laser! Absolutely flawless! Wing stroke!
Take this! That's your best?
Oh, man, we didn't check what was this one. I'm assuming that's the way, though. Oh. We can actually step in the lava. That is a horrible idea for a mechanic, I'm not gonna lie. Huh. Yeah, I don't think to walk through the lava and take like 1 billion damage.
This looks like fun.
That's right. Weakness!
Here!
Alright.
There's no escape!
Violent waters
Aerial
my
laser!
enemies. Blessed drop! No! Ah!
Aerial laser! Breaking absolutely flawless!
Leave it to me.
Almighty explosion.
Recover!
I wanted to test it.
O darkened storms, I'll loose thy blade and run mine enemies through. Thunderblade!
Don't go overboard.
Get out of here! Too easy.
I'm trying to test my my new heal spell that we got not too long ago, but I don't think we're gonna get the chance.
These guys are wimps.
Don't get cocky.
O maddening gale of noise! Oh!
Get out of here! Thank you, range!
First aid!
Prepare yourself!
Aerial laser!
Almighty explosion! Energy blast!
Aerial laser! Aerial laser! Aerial laser! Absolutely.
Just stay dead.
I hate not being able to tell which way is the right way to go.
Sonic Rush!
Of the mighty
Aerial laser!
ground dasher!
Aerial laser! Avalanche swath is in your protection.
Bring it on! That's your weakness.
Restore! Come forth for illumination of life.
I actually wasn't expecting that. What does restore do? Ugh. Okay. So it basically turns cure into recover as well. As well as a full heal rather than a large.
There's no escape.
Sonic Spear!
Aerial laser. Another slit. Aerial laser. Aerial laser. Aerial laser.
No way!
Aerial laser.
Sonic Spear!
It's over.
Okay, cool. Did I want a cobalt or something? I don't remember. No, I don't really have anywhere to put it right now. Whoa. Are you okay? If that gets you, it'll leave you with more than just blisters. I'm okay. Barely. But isn't there anything we can do about the lava bursts? We'll just have to watch its movement and tread carefully. Huh. Sure would be easier if I could fly. Mew? It's when we find out that the fucking flight thing from you was a missable thing, and it's only for puzzles, nothing else, or for like optional puzzles. I'd be so mad.
I'll destroy you!
Nocturnal
Aerial laser! Weakness! Fangblade!
Aurora of the earth, bring forth the fangs of the mighty dragon. Round down.
Leave it to me.
Get out of here!
Sunder the land. Wait,
No way!
Do not think you can escape me. Pour forth, O starlight.
Fangblade!
Another sling.
Get out of here! That's your best?
Yes.
These guys are wimps.
Don't get cocky. No.
Get out of here! Bring me down!
Here.
Volcano clown, huh?
That's your weakness.
There's no escape!
A violent torrent. Splash!
Another slay! Another slay!
Farewell. Shall we be on our way?
Ooh, even silver ore out of that. We really need silver ore. We also need gold ore, but we're on our way to having the next item we can build.
Whoa! What in the hell?
It's unbelievable! It's a dragon!
Impressive to live inside a volcano like this.
If we go this way, we'll have to settle things with him. Or should I say, her.
Goodness, Colonel! Do you know how to tell the sex of dragons?
If you could observe how they breathe fire.
Amazing. Jade, you really do know everything, huh?
I don't know if that's something I'd want to know. I feel like that's a dangerous thing to know.
And be able to determine their sex, wouldn't it be interesting? Was all I was going to say. Well, shall we move on?
I figured as much.
No kidding.
I don't think there's any other way to go, though. I'm pretty certain that's the only path we can take.
Shall we?
Fangblade! Found your weakness!
Come
O dark and storm cloud, loose thy blade and run mine enemy's
Healing
through.
circle! Oh, divine
Thunderblade!
influence that fosters life!
Knew
Cure!
Light spear cannon!
We just got a sunlight chamber. I don't know what that would even be good to use on. It's the first one we found. Basically, it allows you to use the FOF version of it without a full circle.
Don't go overboard.
I mean, with Jade and the team, we get full circles quite often. I don't know if I'm really worried about that. Oh shit. We're doing fine. It's weird, it's like we couldn't go that direction, but why? But why? We've come to realize circlets suck. Yeah, we give her a large amount of physical defense, but... she'd also lose the fact that she casts faster. I still don't know what I'd rather put this on. Putting it on this wouldn't be too bad, but cure costs so fucking much. We could put it on heal to try and get AoE heals out. That's kind of why we have Tyr in the party. What time is it? Oh, it's not even 1:30 yet. We're good. I don't know where to put it. For now, we'll just try to put it in sharpness. Not like I can't change it where it is. Change where it is, whatever I want. No, that's right. I wanted to check where we have sharpness. It's what? Left? Okay, yeah, it's left on the right stack. Okay. Every time we go someplace hot like this, I always wonder if Jade's using some kind of phonic art to keep himself cool. And yes, I get the same feeling. That's not fair. Oh, please. There's no way I could use phonic arts that precisely. No, there has to be some secret to it. Maybe in those clothes. Yes, Malkuth could easily have invented air-conditioned uniforms. Take it off. Yeah, take it off. Yes, remove it right now. Take it off. Take it off. God damn it. Calm down, you. What are you... I can't believe you're trying to undress a soldier in his 30s. How could you? What? I don't get them being alarmed. Like they didn't realize what they were doing.
This looks like fun.
That's right. Time to wiggle. Steel
Magic healing the spirit of the earth.
Absolutely flawless.
No.
Burning thrust. Illumination of light. Healing circle.
Bring forth the flames of the mighty dragon.
Blade have sharp.
Ground dagger.
That didn't work.
Come forth. Illumination of light. Healing circle.
Enhancement blades might.
Just stay dead.
Arm of fire. Ooh, that sounds fun. What's that? And it sounds like it might be a weapon. Maybe not. Oh no, it's a trade item. Interesting.
These guys are wimps.
Don't get cocky.
There's no escape.
Aurora of the Earth, bring forth the fangs.
We really should go back to Din and try some of these things. Gotta remember I need to save 1 copper ore, 1 silver ore, and...
Get out of here! Fangblade Heaven! You're mine!
Oh, this guy's in for it.
Now die! Who's next? Steal! Farewell.
We're just gonna wait for an FOF to pop so we can use it. Was it right or left? I forgot already. Jesus. Left. Because whatever the FOF for sharpness is, it might actually end up being like really good. And we might be able to utilize it more often now, and that'd be cool. I thought it would be fire, but maybe I wasn't in that.
Sonic thrust!
That.
Counter weakness!
Arise, O violent waters, to rout mine enemies.
Who's next?
Blessed thrust!
Sonic thrust! No way!
That's enough.
That's your weakness.
Begin.
Oops, I did the wrong one.
Embrace those who would be our enemies. Innocent shine.
Get out of here!
Come forth, O illumination of light. Healing circle.
Get out of here! No way!
Aerial laser. Aerial laser.
Burning thrust! Who's next?
No way!
Aerial laser. Aerial laser.
Get out of my face!
Aerial jump. Is that like a double jump or?
Let's go.
Steal!
There's no escape.
No.
Arise, O violent waters, to rout mine enemies.
Fangblade!
Blessed thrust!
Bringing heaven!
Enhance this blade's might. Sharpness. Absolutely flawless.
Also, Aloy right now costs no more to level. Bug will be patched in 2 days.
Well, that's taken care of.
So what you're telling me is I should level her up?
So you want to fight?
There's no escape.
O darkest storm, loose thy blade.
I already have all the items. I'm missing like a little bit of crystal marrow, but otherwise I'm good.
Enhance this blade's might. Sharpness.
No way.
Okay, that didn't quite work.
Oh my! Is it
If you want to
over
know, it's
already?
not that I really care about the Mora costs, but it is a thing. Solid troll. We're gonna have to backtrack anyways, but whatever.
O darkened storm cloud, loose thy blade and run mine enemies through. Thunderblade!
Right through your canvas!
Prepare yourself.
Bringing heaven!
Enhance this blade's might. Sharpness. Absolutely flawless.
Hey, Brad. Give me 1 sec here, guys.
Burning thrust! See ya! Guess that does it.
Thank you for the follow. Hey, Brad. Thank you for the raid. Hope your stream was doing good. Or was going well. English. It's going good. I've been pulling really long streams lately, so I've been in turn oversleeping lately, or the past 2 days. But aside from that, everything's been pretty good. Yeah, we've been going way. It's been a long time so far. Yeah, so I think it's safe to say this is the way to go. Yep, this is game number. I want to say like 8, something like that. Hold on, actually, I can look. Or 8, sorry. Game number 8 in like the series. Yeah, 8 in the series. It's the 5th we've played in the marathon. So 66 days, and I think we're about done with the best. We're near-ish to the end. We're like, I think we got like a quarter of the game at most to go through. So we got through about half the series. At least half of what we can play right now without like sitting a guide in front of us. Actually, funny enough, they've been hinting at releasing more remakes and remasters for the games, probably in light of the pixel remasters for Final Fantasy series. Among all, I mean, Final Fantasy's been doing a lot of work to try and release its games. I think the Tales series is finally catching up, or at least I'm hoping. I mean, it could just be like, hey, we're gonna take this one game and release it on PC. Woo! It's like, okay, that's cool, but like, there's so many games that people want. But I don't know, it could be cool. We'll see. I don't know when the announcement's supposed to come out. I know Persona is supposed to get its announcement sometime this month. Whatever they're doing. And then Sony on the 9th is having like a 40-minute thing. So I don't know. Maybe we'll hear something soon. Oh yeah. Wait, what? Oh, it's only for tier. I mean, okay, well that's an easy choice, I guess, but I didn't know there was character-specific armor. I mean, I knew there was like, I guess realistically, only 2 characters can equip that, but oh, I saw that. All right. I love puzzles where you can't fully tell where, or hazards for that matter, where you can't fully tell where the line is. Almost. I'm trying to figure out how to get my extra sharpness effect to go off, but it hasn't been cooperating.
Who's next? Turbulence. Farewell.
Oh shit, okay, they just gave us all the trade items. This one definitely doesn't look like a healing save point, but it is. That's weird. It's supposed to be like a bright green that looks more like the normal ones. How in the hell am I supposed to get through this? Oh, okay, it would help if I moved a little bit forward, I guess. For me.
Be careful, they're strong.
We can't take this lightly. Piercing line!
Oh, divine spear, run my enemy through.
Starstroke!
Thunderblade!
That was quick.
Too easy.
I'll destroy you! Sonic Thrust!
I will say, I am a little. I'll probably be something I forget about over time. I'm sure, but I am a little sad that of the games, this is the one that gets like the worst rap in terms of emulation.
Sonic Thrust! Found your weakness!
Arise, O violent waters, to rout mine enemies. Blessed
The fact that all the graphical glitches and stuff, but
Excellent work,
I don't know. When we get to Vesperia, I think a lot of that'll be. Ooh, what's that? A lot of that'll probably be gone. I'm gonna go on a limb and say that that's an item of some sort, or an equipped item of some sort. Okay, it's just a worse version of what we have equipped. I know that's like kind of a normal thing for RPGs to just have like direct upgrades and stuff, but I feel like this game did not think itself through very well when it came to like balancing when you acquire things. Because like the start of this chapter, we've had access to like some of the best equipment in the game, or at least from what it seems like we have, until we get to like legendary items, we're probably sitting pretty. Okay, that's not a chest. I thought we had like another path to take. Even then, I've heard that the legendary weapons are like a missable thing. Ooh, if we go that way, we're looking at. Yeah, you know what? We just saved. It's not like we grabbed anything we need. I'm gonna give it a shot. Silver and white. Is that another weapon? Doesn't seem to be. I will never understand why they removed the new tab from items that's existed in the series since the beginning. I'll be sad. I'll probably be sad about that for a very long time. Was it a? Oh, here it is. Oh, it's another disc. Okay. I don't know if that side quest matters, but if it does, we got the items for it. Oh, we should have started sooner. Alright, on to the boss. Or not? Ooh.
Ready, everyone?
With your blade. Turbulence. That's your weakness.
There's no escape.
A violent torrent. Splash.
Absolutely flawless.
Sonic spear.
Starstroke! Light spear cannon! Found your weakness!
Thunderland.
Piercing line.
See ya! Don't go overboard.
Thunderland.
We're done here.
Oh, when we go to trade in our trade items, we're just stacked now.
Careful.
Oh, there he is.
Here it comes.
Wait for an opening, then attack. Now, let's go!
Good old in-engine cutscenes.
Enemies.
No way! Sonic thrust!
Arise, violent torrent, to rout mine enemy. Blessed drop.
Get out of here!
That's your weakness.
Oh, divine embrace that fosters life.
Mine enemies with your blade.
Devil's Inferno! That works!
Leave it to me.
There's
no escape. Do not think you can escape.
Oops, I was trying to auto attack. That's alright.
Piercing line.
Energy blast.
Bring it on!
Laser.
Oh, healing power.
There's no escape. There's no escape.
Get out of here!
Thunderland.
Star Embrace.
O darkened storm cloud, loose thy blade and run mine enemies through. Thunderblade.
Oh, healing power. First aid.
I was waiting for
Wait.
a circle, but
Come forth, oh illumination of life. Healing circle.
ooh, he's gonna die.
Watch out too!
Sharpness.
No way. This is not good.
First aid.
Oh, divine embrace that fosters
Oh,
life.
healing power.
Cure.
First aid.
Breaking black!
Oh, healing power. First aid.
Oh, divine embrace that fosters life. Cure.
All right, up and at him there, Luke. Once I find the there it is.
Return this soul from the abyss of death.
Take heed.
Thanks for the help!
No.
And then
Take heed. Nocturnal light. Vanishing sorrow.
Starstroke.
Steel!
Star Embrace. There's no escape.
Using this!
Someone cool.
Sonic spear.
no, Luke.
That wasn't too bad.
Did that work? It did. He still got the EXP. Oh, I was so worried. that was all right. That was clutch. I didn't expect that at all. All right. I was certain he was fucked. All right. Oh yeah, we have a ton of stat up that we haven't been using. I think I've said that like twice now. Just keep forgetting.
I feel kind of bad for it.
Yeah, we were the ones to come into its home uninvited.
I'm concerned for Ion's safety. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those moments of like, is it worth worrying about the dragon or the world that's about to go boom? I'm gonna lean on the fact that the dragon is probably dead if that happened too. Ooh, graphical glitches. Ooh, my favorite. Alright, let's see here. Max HP. Probably handing off the tier. No, you know what? Luke dies more often than anyone else. Nice TP. Should go to Natalia. Physical attack. Well, I'm trying to raise my agility to see if it gives me anything, so let's do that. Boy, oh boy, do I love... This is what I was talking about earlier on the graphical glitches. It's really, really bad. Just the emulation is not quite there. Hey, Tyr, what is the planet score anyway? Is it any different from the regular score? Well, the planet score records the entire life of the planet. It's a score written on the 7th Fawnstone. 7th Fawnstone. The one we saw on the planet score? Well, yes, the planet's score written there can only be read by the Fun Master, by Ion. But it places a tremendous burden on the reader. A burden? So... Oh, he's so weak in the first place. Is he okay doing that? Of course he isn't. Ion... Damn it. I feel like that skit was very unnecessary. We already came to that conclusion earlier.
I'll destroy you.
Like, if he reads that, he's dead. Looks like you sure. I don't think they would have said it if they weren't there.
Come forth, O illumination of light.
Arise, O violent waters, arouse mine enemies. Blessed cross.
Friendly cross.
Sonic your
Another slay.
I feel like that was a cool idea to give her like this massive AoE heal, but it is so strong. All we have to do is give her casting time increases now, and she just pretty much pops out a big old AoE heal now.
This looks like fun.
That's right.
This looks like fun. That's right. Yes. Battle con.
Like this. Infernal prison.
Ooh.
That didn't work.
Next, grant this soul undying flame. Blazing it.
There we go. Alright, cool. What does Blaze Emitter do? Increase the physical attack of one ally. Remains effective until the recipient... Oh! Yes. Okay, I can now see the benefit of that. So in other words, if you do that, you don't need to stack red chambers on it. We can instead do like green or blue. Actually, no, even then. No. Actually, no. At that point, we can stack red. Sorry, I had that backwards. Because green and blue wouldn't make much sense anymore.
Sonic Penguin Rage.
If I could consistently do that, we could get rid of the sunlight chamber on it.
Another slay.
Because that would be hilariously busted.
Too easy.
Oh, I don't know. I feel like it's one of those moments of like, we'd be min-maxing so hard to get to that point. But, like, what I'd have to do at that point is make it so Jade only casts his fire spell now. That way we are always consistently guaranteed a fire circle. Or, we could also just get, I think it's put a red chamber on Invoke Fire on Tyr, and then we'd have to manually cast that each time, which would just get annoying. It would ultimately not be worth it. But then, on that note, we're already, like, equipping some of the highest gear in the game. Probably, definitely a little bit before they expected us to. So, we probably don't really need to either. It's one of those moments of, like, overkill. I mean, overkill's fun sometimes.
Which will ultimately lead to the downfall of Aldrand.
What I don't get is, why would Ion bother reading it? We're at a point now where we know this is a bad idea. He knows this is a bad idea. Even if he doesn't give a shit about his own health, his own life, whatever, right? He knows this is a bad idea. And Annis knows this is a bad idea. To the point that if he does this, it doesn't matter if Mose releases her parents to her. Her parents are going to be dead in time anyways. I suppose you could argue they'd live longer under this idea, but still, it's like...
ND 2019. The forces of Kimlaska Landvaldir shall march northward through the Rubnica Plains. After inflicting atrocities upon the villages in their wake, the army shall surround the fortress capital.
It's kind of funny to play this game, like in 2021, considering, I mean, obviously it's a fantasy universe based in whatever, but, and not like it predicts anything for that matter, but it's just funny that it, like, what, I think this game came out in like 2006 originally? 2007, something like that. So they decided to have their fantasy timeline exist around it's like 2018 through like 2020, I think. I could have sworn they mentioned something about that far forward as well. So it's kind of weird.
Within a fortnight, the city shall fall. The Kimlaskan army will stain the Malkuth throne with the blood of its last emperor.
Actually, I don't know how true it was, but I saw a picture of fucking Kim Possible, if you guys remember that. Where apparently the dude, I think it was like her cousin or something. I don't know. It's been so long since I've seen any of it. Who he makes mention that in like however many years he said it was, like in like 10 years or whatever. Everyone will be working from home. You'll see, like it's like probably like a comeback of some sort. People were pointing to it. They're like, this is a bit too on the nose. I was like, I don't know. I feel like it's a pretty easy thing to assume. If you were in computers, realizing that there was the potential for that, pretty easy prediction to make, I think.
Their howls of victory shall resound throughout the land. ND 2020.
Yeah, there it is.
A mountain of corpses shall bury the fortress capital. Death and disease shall envelop the city.
So, death and disease shall envelop. Never mind. Sorry, my bad. It may have predicted some stuff. That's on me.
The plague born thence shall become a new poison unto humanity, killing all within its reach.
I feel like I spoke too soon. Shit. This is the first time we're hearing this, so it's like, in my head, I'm like, oh yeah, and I didn't predict anything, but it's kind of interesting that it takes place this year, and it's just like really coincidental that I'm playing it. You know, a game about predicting the future.
Its spread shall mark the true end of Malkuth.
Well, I guess I'll eat my words. I don't know.
Kimlaska shall enjoy decades of prosperity as the plague of Malkuth grows. Ultimately, the plague will be brought into the Kimlaskan kingdom by a single man.
You! Stop it, Ion! You have to stop!
The light of the sacred flame shall approach a Kimlaskan city of phone machines, seeking a way to purify the taint.
See, this is the thing that I was talking about earlier. It's like, why is Ion I don't get why he's going along with it. It's like, earlier he went along with unlocking the seals, and, you know, in his brain he's like, oh, well, there's nothing they can do. It's like, I don't understand why they want me to... It's like, well, yeah, but Ion, you're a smart guy. There's still a seal there for a reason. Right? It's like, why not just say no? Like, he was very much willing to die earlier. So I don't think that's the problem. Like, his mortality wasn't a problem. He already knew he was a replica from the get-go. And he also knew that they needed him, right? So it's like, I don't know, something like I don't think he is. I think it's more of a like a naivety, or how you said that, like a gullibility, I guess. He's very gullible in a way, but I don't know. It doesn't really translate well if that's what they were going for.
There, salvation shall be found through the use of a forbidden power.
Luke, just like, I don't know, elbow him right in the throat or something, dude. He can't read it. He can't read it if he doesn't have his throat. You might make him mute, but at the very least, he'll live.
Ion, are you okay?
Luke, that was my reading of the score for you. A single path among your many possible futures. I know you don't depend on others, but this was the only way I could help you.
What?
Shut up! You've helped us out 1,000,000 times, and you'll keep helping.
I'm a little confused on that one.
Luke,
I feel like there's something we're not being
don't
told.
look at me like that. There are plenty of replacements for me.
How can you say that? Those other replicas don't know me at all. You're the only Ion that went to the Cheagle Woods with me.
Tyr, come closer. I will take the miasma from your body into my own.
Oh, that's what he meant earlier. Wait, fuck, was he doing this because he knew that he could... That might be like some 4D chess shit, but I wouldn't put it past him.
But Phone Master, you'll...
You're gonna die anyways at this point.
I told
Fuck
you
it.
before, there's only one way to save you. The 7th phonons are drawn to one another. As my own 7th phonons dissipate, so will your contaminated ones.
You know, that beckons a question that I feel like I should have asked earlier, but like... Because they're made out of 7 phonons, which is, we know is like a magical particle that's made of like a type of sound. Would that mean that Luke isn't even human? I mean, they've insinuated that they are human in all forms, aside from the fact that they can be made at any age, that, you know, they're not born a baby kind of deal. But are then kind of sort of treated as such to some extent, such as Luke had to relearn language and whatever, right? Or well, relearn. At that point, he's learning, I guess, but I don't know. There's some elements. Also, the graphical glitch here is really interesting.
Ion!
Don't you see? This way. Tyr is safe.
I hate that whenever it's like a really short one. What I do is if I hit X or confirm or whatever, to while the dialogue is still scrolling, it'll auto scroll it all the way. But and then if you hit it again, it'll continue. So what happens is the dialogue is faster than me, and that's why I keep skipping it accidentally.
Ion,
You did this, Annis. This is your fault.
You don't have to watch over me anymore, Annis.
I still am confused why they didn't just call her Anise. You know, it's like, whatever.
I'm so sorry, Ion. I...
Thank you for everything, my most cherished.
Ion!
I guess that kind of explains it.
The best replica of the bunch, and even he couldn't read the score properly.
Score, score, score! Is that the only thing you can think of? The score isn't worth a damn!
Preposterous fool! The score is crucial to mankind's continued survival.
Mankind can get by just fine without it.
It promises prosperity for all. What possible reason could we have to ignore it? I am a watcher. I have been charged with protecting and guiding humanity. I swear
He's
I
about to
will
have to
use
protect this
these
sword in his
replicas
gut.
to bring about war as foretold in Yulia's score. Therein lies our only path to salvation.
What should we do? These are civilians. Fighting them would be far too...
Those people won't harm you unless someone directs them to. I can swear to that.
Please, allow Grand Maestro Mose to leave unharmed. They'll back down peacefully if you do.
But... he's escaped. There's nothing we can do now.
I mean, we can still give chase, but yeah. Probably not a whole lot we're gonna do.
Still, to think that so many replicas have been created...
I'm actually curious exactly what we can do to the replicas. Like, could we reprogram them? That would be an interesting take to go at. But none of us understand. Well, actually, I forgot. Jade is the one who created that stuff.
It must have been the result of Famicry data Van left behind. There's no way they could have made replicas of the people of Hod without it.
Oh, I'm actually glad they touched on that. I mean, I think that was one of those, like, we could assume that's the case, but, like, otherwise it didn't make a whole lot of sense. It was kind of weird, but I'm glad they touched on that.
We can investigate this later. For now, let's escort Annis's parents to Doth.
Because we know that Van planned on replicating the world as it was, but he didn't mention at what point he wanted to start it from. But it makes sense that he'd start it from Hod, because Hod was the first to fall, right?
Annis, that's all right with you, I presume?
Yes.
Arietta, if you move around, your wounds will reopen.
Ooh.
You killed him! Annis, you killed Ion!
Please, wait. It's only because Mose has taken us hostage.
Papa, be quiet. Yeah, I did. Want to make something of it, Gloomietta?
Jesus, okay. This is getting a bit...
Ion helped me so much. This is beyond avenging Mommy, Annis. I'll avenge Ion, too. Annis, I challenge you to a duel.
Accepted.
Annis!
I have to finally settle things with her.
I'm actually starting to really hate Annis's character, like... Not in like I think it's a bad character by any means, but like, Jesus. She went from like, you know, teehee, you know, I'm gonna marry someone for their money, haha, to like, I guess giving Arietta shit, and then, you know, at first it made sense because she was attacking us and whatever, right? Like antagonist stuff, right? But then, you know, it gets explained that the reason she's doing this is because she was abruptly removed from being a Fawn Guardian. Turns out she had a crush on Ion the whole time. You come to realize that, like, the reason why she was removed is because they weren't telling them that they were making the replicas, so on and so forth. And she still doesn't know to this point. So she literally thinks that, like, even though the person she had a crush on all that time has been dead for a long time, or for like what, 3 years now, something like that. She's now figuring out, or now she figures that her replacement is the entire reason that he is dead. Even though that's not true. It's literally the furthest from the truth possible. But, like, Annis is leaning into it. Why? What does she have against Arietta? She knows that Arietta has been scorned. And I guess Arietta has, you know, killed a large portion of people at this point, but, like, so have we. I don't know if that really matters at this point.
I'll send someone to tell you the time and place later. And I'll never forgive you if you run away.
Annis, a duel? This is foolishness. Can't you talk about this? I'm sure Arietta would understand.
I mean, they've already painted her parents as being dumbasses, so I suppose that's a fair statement.
Mama, be quiet.
But Annis!
Shut up!
Wait! Annis!
Let's split up and look for her.
Yeah.
Like earlier, like our introduction to the father, for instance, was he was apparently he's perpetual at like believing scams. And then even after he finds out there's scams, he's just like, well, the person probably needed the money, but they're also really poor. Like they don't have a lot of money to their name. And so he's like, what do they call that? Like pious, I think is the word for that, or like charitable anyways. And but like to a large fault. It's like to a point that he can't even really support his own daughter and wife and such. So it's like one of those moments of like, yeah, I mean, he was painted in such a light, but earlier the mother almost got herself killed too. I'm sure Hannes will be safe as long as she is with you. Please take care of my Hannes. Sure, why not? Huh? And you'll have to excuse me. I'll leave the searching for Ennis to the rest of you. Sometimes people want to be alone. I'd like to leave her to herself personally. And besides, there's something I'm more worried about than Ennis. Yulia may in fact have truly read a score of destruction. If that is so, then what Van is doing may actually make a certain amount of sense. I don't think so. Actually, no, that literally doesn't make sense. Because think about it, if he was trying to eradicate the score by doing everything he was doing, and it was somehow some, like, double-sided meaning where he was actually trying to follow the whole score the whole time, it's like, well, Mose and co would have been totally down with following that. In fact, the whole church would have been down with following that. To a fault, honestly, probably the entire world. Only the main cast of characters would have been against it at that point. I'm starting to wonder if Yulia didn't predict and use the score as a way of, like, helping humanity and more made it so that people could know of the, like, kind of like a... God, there's an analogy I want to make, but I'm a bit too ignorant to each factor to really say it with confidence. But it would kind of be like the difference of like a messiah versus a prophet. I would say, like, you know, someone who brings about like the word of God and is like, hey, this is what has been said. These are the laws and rules of the world that we were supposed to follow. Blah 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 blah. Versus a prophet who is more or less predicting the future, or like more or less predicting events and the flow of time and so on and so forth. But where they see Yulia as a prophet, but she may have been more or less a messiah of Lorelei, kind of the same way that Luke is. Actually, now I think about it, in a way, I guess, right? So I'm actually curious about that. That could literally be what the point is that they are following as if it is the law, the word of God, when it may or less be more of a premonition, something that they were meant not to follow, but to try and move against, you know? Which would explain why Luke even exists in the first place. I don't know why I never thought about that until now. That makes a lot of sense. Which would explain a little bit about why Van, even if he did know, why he would have still went through with it without telling everyone too. Because then he wouldn't have bothered, because he would have never been able to bother, English. He would have never been able to explain his side of, like, his understanding. He probably came to that conclusion because he read the Seven Phones, or at least we think he did. There are some things that he shouldn't know that he does that would be one of the better ways of explaining it. We already know there was a piece of it in Hod before it fell, so on and so forth. So yeah, I guess something along those lines makes sense. Ennis, where did she go? I think I know how she feels. She's being crushed by the weight of what she's done. She's blaming herself for everything. If we leave her alone, it'll destroy her. Ah, he's saying the same thing that Tyr told him. We've got to find her. Yeah, earlier Tyr said the same thing about him after he basically wiped out an entire town of people, accidentally. Well, if Annis is to blame, then so am I. Ion may have agreed to read the planet score as Mo's ordered him to, in order to clear the miasma from my body. Okay. I said that earlier, I'm like, he might be playing some 4D chess, like one of those moments of like, he read it to keep Annis safe. He read it to be able to tell Luke the portion of it that pertained to him, and he also read it so that they'd have no qualms about him sacrificing himself to save Tyr. So he really was playing some 4D chess. Okay, I guessed it. Poor guy, though. Oh, wait, I know where she is. Wait, we split up. I suppose I should probably go try and find everybody before I dip. Because we will know. So, oh, this guy. I'm actually curious. I mentioned this a little bit earlier. So, Tales of Arise comes out in about 2 days. It was about 2 days and 4 hours, I think, before I went live. So, we could argue at about 2 days and... or a day and 23 hours now, about. Although Steam says it comes out less than that, but I think Steam is the timer is off. It always is. It always seems to be off by a couple hours normally, so it's whatever. But I'm actually worried about that. I also mentioned that, but actually, let me look at that real quick, because the preload stuff for PS5 and PS4, I guess it's the same thing, from my understanding, seems to be weird. And I can't seem to figure out exactly why or how. Like, for instance, the game could be downloaded onto my machine right now and I would never know. Because they do something called auto download. There we go. I had to think of the term. They do something called auto download, which doesn't make any sense. Or at least, I mean, auto download makes sense. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Auto download is in the name. But the reason why it doesn't make sense to me though is that, like, what auto download is, like, when the game releases it downloads, or will it also pre-download? But if you key that into Google, it doesn't feed you back anything. So I'm gonna have to do more digging tonight, basically, and double checking. But I know that you can. I've done it before. I've preloaded games on my PS4. I can't remember what game it would have been off the top of my head now, but I'm pretty certain I've done it before. So I guess at that point it would be whether or not Arise lets you. Maybe I should look that up. Maybe I should specifically ask, if, like, or ask, search on Google if I can do that. But I don't know. We'll see. Worst case, we stream the day after it comes out. I don't know. It's gonna be a decently sized game. I think it's like 30-40 gigs, something like that. But, like, it should download overnight, no problem. Yeah, I still haven't gotten a response. I'm pretty certain I got suppressed on the PS5 Reddit. I asked a question and then realized that I missed a point in the rules where I think you're supposed to write questions in their mega thread. I'm not that familiar with Reddit. It's foreign to me, so I think that's all it was, but whatever. Alright, I can close out of this. Alright, we can continue on. Actually, what time is it? 2:18. We'll probably go for a little while longer. I was a little worried I was just going to be too tired to do so, but I think we're good. You'd better cheer Hannes up once we find her. I can't do it. I've gotten a lot better, but because of my little phobia, Hannes will wind up worrying about me instead of herself. So I'm guessing that Annis is in Ion's old room. Nope, I found her. We'll go to her last. We've already talked to Jade, Tyr, Guy. So we have Natalia left? I will say, one thing I'm looking forward to, it's been confirmed that Arise is going to be damn near fully voice acted. I just, I don't know why it is. Like, some games I'll be fine. Like, Final Fantasy VII, I read the whole game, and while it did kill me, eventually, I lasted pretty long before it really got to me. But this game, you know, a good large chunk of it's voice acted. But just what little bits of it isn't, it's really killed me. Or killed my throat, I guess, more specifically. I'm gonna see if Natalia's up in his room. Be a weird place to put her, but maybe. I guess correct. I think the reason why they would have done it is they knew we'd come up here, but there's probably a better reasoning as to why Annis isn't here. But they figured might as well reward us for coming up here anyways. When Sink passed away, Ion cried. I think Ion really didn't want to die, and Annis probably knows that. I feel so sorry for her. She had to choose between her parents and Ion. I mean, I can't blame her a little bit on that front. I still think that it's one of those moments of like, Mose isn't that strong. In fact, if Mose came into sword swinging reach, we'd probably end him right there and then. Not too worried about the guy in that regard, right? Like, he's probably not. He probably wouldn't even be a boss. I'd be confused if they made him into a boss. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know, there's a lot going on, I guess. Well, we'll see how things play out.
So, you were out here. Look, everyone's worried about you. Oliver and Pamela, too.
Don't talk to me about them.
Come on, Annis, you couldn't have done anything differently. He was holding your parents hostage.
No! I was lying to Ion from the very start. Mose ordered me to report everything Ion did. Trying to stop the war, spending time with you guys, I reported it all.
Annis, that's all.
Listen! The attack on the Tartarus, the ambushes by the 6 god generals, it's all my fault!
Wasn't that all because you were worried for your parents?
Papa's pretty gullible, right?
That's true. I remember that point. Actually, I gotta say, I don't think any of these characters have, like, a claim at being, like, you know, what's the word for it? Not having their hands bloody. Like, you know, Jade literally created the very thing that is fucking the world over right now. Or, well, one of the things. Famacry. Even though he denounces it now, he still created it. Annis' whole stuff right now. Luke accidentally killing all of Exiriuth. I guess Guy didn't really get to do the thing that he wanted to do, but his whole plan was to kill, like, the entire royal family, eventually. Despite them not really being entirely at fault, he was just, you know, wanted revenge. That really wasn't that bad, though, in all fairness. But, comparatively, I mean, I guess Natalia hasn't really done anything. And Tyr, I don't think, has done anything. I suppose you could argue she can... what do they call that? I know about patricide, but I don't know what if there's a word for that with... well, she killed her brother, or thought she killed her brother, at least. But he was pretty evil, so I don't know if that counts either.
When I was really little, he got scammed for a ton of money and got deep into debt. Mose bailed him out. Since then, my parents have worked for the cathedral without pay. I couldn't disobey his orders.
I know.
I hated it all along. Ion was so trusting. It really hurt to have to lie.
Yeah.
But I loved Mama and Papa.
Annis, you did the right thing.
It wasn't right. It wasn't right at all. I killed Ion! Poor Ion. It's all my fault. And now he's dead.
Annis, here, take this. I picked it up in Mount Zalejo. It's a fragment of the phone stone from the score Ion read.
Ion's phone stone.
What are you going to do now? Do you want to stay in Doth?
No, I'm going with you. I think that Ion would have wanted to help you if he had lived.
Thanks. Let's head back and see everyone then.
Honestly, it's one of those moments where, like, she's gonna blame herself for it. That's all very realistic. But if we're to look at it logically, Ion didn't need to do it.
A bit.
He very much could have said, nah. Like, nah, fuck you, Mose. What would have Mose done? Like, well, I'm gonna kill her parents. Like, okay, cool. They're, like, all the way over there. Have fun. Especially once he saw Ash show up, he could have just said, he just could have fucked off with, you know, and stopped reading it kind of deal, right?
Yes, Colonel. I'd like to stay with you all and think about what I should do from here on.
Stay strong, Annis.
What should we do next? It would be hard to pursue the score further until the Order has been restructured. And we don't have the first clue about where to search for Ash.
I'd like to put Ion's final reading of the score to use.
You mean that bit about finding out how to clear away the miasma in Belkand?
You're right. Ion sacrificed everything to give us that clue.
I agree. That's all we have to go on at the moment.
That said, we will have to deal with this issue eventually. We stopped Van's vision of a world where the score can't be read. But it's not as if we fully support the score either.
Once things have settled down, we should hold a summit about what to do with the score.
Yes, you're right.
It's not my fault. I'm sorry. You'd only lived a few years. Actually, I don't think there's any more replicas left for him, is there? I should have died instead. Now we have to stop Mose. I want you to go and read the planet score. Because Annis's parents were being held hostage? Or... well, he's quite intelligent. He knew we would try to rescue him, so he may have chosen his own death in order to remove the miasma from Tyr's body. If Tyr knew that, I think she knows. She looked depressed ever since we got back, just like Annis. Ion, Why'd you have to go and throw your life away, you idiot? Luke, you're blaming the wrong person. It was Mose who forced Ion to take that choice. Yeah, Mose, you're gonna pay for this. I agree. I'm with Luke on this. Mose deserves it. And he's gonna catch it. So, we rejected the score. But now we have to rely on the score Ion read to us? Ion said to treat the score as one possibility out of many. We aren't being forced to obey it. Well, he wants it to be used for the future in making decisions. Ion's score is always accurate. Luke, are you saying you don't trust it? Or you don't want to trust it? No, I'm not. I know it's accurate, but that's why I'm following it. But, if this does succeed, you may be tempted to follow the score again in the future, right? How long can we go on saying just this once, before it becomes a habit? So you're just gonna ignore Ion's score? Please, you can't do that. I won't. I'm just frustrated with this gap between ideals and reality. A fair thing to be a bit frustrated about. Alright, what time is it? It is 2:30. Well, Arietta was truly fond of Ion, wasn't she? As was Annis. But the two of them were thinking of different Ions. Just Arietta doesn't know that. Ion was a replica after all. The Ion that Arietta liked is long gone. I'm sad that those misunderstandings had led to a duel. And the same thing could easily have happened with Luke and Ash. Natalia and Tyr, huh? Yeah, it could have. I know it is my doing. Thaumaturgy truly is unethical. It is an unethical technology. What? What? I think it's a little. I think they were trying to make a joke, but I think it's a little different. So where are we supposed to go? They actually didn't mention. Oh, Belgium. I must have missed that point in the story, or in the dialogue. Oh, hello, Sheridan. Goodbye, Sheridan. I still feel like the world menu music, it got louder. Like, to an unreasonable amount.
Are you all right?
Oh, of course not.
Were we too late? Why has he...
He's the third one today.
What's going on?
We've had several unexplained deaths these last few days. It seems like people are dying right after hearing the Order of Lorelei read the score. It's not an injury. Even the healers can't cure it. Maybe it's a disease?
That's strange. Ion commanded the Order to stop public readings.
Well, they started back up just before this miasma stuff started appearing again. A traveling scorer arrived. I asked for a reading myself.
Do you know where that score is now?
I think he headed off towards Batical.
The deaths may be the result of extracting the replica data through Fomicry.
What makes you say that?
During our experiments, we observed that within a week of having their data extracted, some originals died or exhibited physical disorders. The conditions of that man's death closely resembled those of the test subjects that didn't survive.
If someone really is extracting replica data from people, we have to stop them. This world doesn't need any more cases of Ash and me.
Let's talk to Spinoza and then find that traveling scorer.
Good idea. So do people die once they've had their replica data extracted? Well, in some cases, yes. Some originals die, but others don't. Like Ash, for example. Of course. Of course what? Never mind. In any case, we cannot allow them to continue recreating replicas. For the sake of both original and replica. Yeah, I agree. But for now, let's see what can be done about the miasma. Spinoza may be able to tell us more. Yeah, Ash and Lorelei are just a big question mark at the moment. Let's at least take care of the miasma. Yes, indeed. Let's start with what we can handle. Yeah, that's the only thing we can do after all. I'm still a tad sad some of these puzzles just can't be tackled. Oh. Okay. I actually wasn't expecting that. Huh. Are we gonna find out this is what we needed to do? Just double checking to see if there's nothing we missed. Huh. Oh, that was the bookshelf that moved. Okay, I could see that back there, but we never did figure out what it was. Huh. Cool. So it was just extra for like a single grass chamber, which is okay, I guess. I don't really need it. In fact, I think we're at a point where I can just give it to Guy. Oh, we already... No, sorry, we already did. Yeah, we're sitting pretty on some chambers, but I just don't know what I want to use them on. Pretty much everything that we use is being... I'm pretty certain we're good. As far as I'm aware, at least.
There's nobody here.
Well, we knew that Van's team had already left this facility.
Nevertheless, Famicry of living things has been revived.
Yeah, we've seen that replicas are being mass-produced.
People have a weakness for forbidden things.
Curiosity proves too compelling a temptation. The researchers couldn't resist, even knowing that the technology would be misused.
And Van took advantage of those feelings.
Well, we can't do much about the past. The question is what to do from here on. We still have a mountain of problems ahead.
Yes, we'll have to resolve things one at a time.
Famicry. Replicas.
Luke, what did I just say? Regretting the past won't accomplish anything.
Yeah, I know, but
Guy over here reading his mind. I don't think he's regretting the past in the same way that Guy thinks he is, though. Oh, actually, it looks dead. Like, no one's here at all. Okay. Oh, no, there's some people. I was gonna say, it wasn't originally owned by Van. He was just utilizing it.
Oh, now it's you. Things have really gone from bad to worse here.
Oh. I actually wasn't certain if we were going to find him here or not. I was just about to leave. I figured that cutscene there was them being like, oh no, huh? Because we had skipped most of it, right? I guess not. Actually, that scene would have been really hard to get, in fact, if we got to Spinoza first.
Have the
And it was
core's
voiced,
vibrations
too.
gotten too intense for the Tartars to suppress?
Yes. At this rate, there will be nothing to prevent the Earth's liquefaction.
the miasma, the liquefaction, the Cliffoth is going back to the way it was.
And the passage rings have stopped working, so we can't form the dividing line anymore.
I guess we should start thinking of ways to actually destroy the miasma.
Precisely. How about using your hyperresonance, Luke?
But I thought hyperresonance couldn't destroy the miasma.
Hyperresonance can break down matter to an atomic level. I'm no specialist, but it's possible in theory.
Based on the hyperresonance that destroyed Axariuth, they do seem to be quite powerful.
By the way, from your greeting, I assume we're not your first visitors today?
Ash came by to research the flow of 7th phonons since the land was lowered.
Ash? Ash was here?
Where did he go?
He was staring intently at the Sephiroth measurements we'd taken here.
That was the data from Mount O'Neill.
Shall we take a look?
Yeah, we'll hit Batical after. For now, let's follow Ash.
Here we were, planning to deal with Ash later. Then he pops up. And it involves a score, so out come the God Generals and Moes. And we still don't know how to take care of the miasma. What are we supposed to deal with first? For once, I can't blame you for getting flustered. And it's probably because they're all closely interrelated. Oh, what do you mean, Colonel? What? Man, they're all strongly bound together. The miasma, the 7th phonon, the replicas, the skull, Lorelei. And Ash is involved with every one of those. It's likely he holds the key. That is a guess. Wow, the Colonel made a guess. Well, I merely thought it would simplify deciding on our next destination. So we should just go after Ash instead. Well, we're running out of options anyway. Well, even if we went right back to Batical, there isn't much we could do. We are hardly in a condition to hold any sort of conference on the score. So, right now, all we need to do is follow Ash. Yes, that's correct. Well, let's be efficient with it. We can't afford to waste time. Yes, let's head for Mount O'Neill. Alrighty. Looks like we are sitting pretty on what to do next. That said, though, I'm getting very hungry, and...
Jade, about that idea of using a hyper-resonance on the miasma.
It was a ludicrous idea. Forget about it.
But if it could really neutralize the miasma...
Have you forgotten? You're a replica, unable to fully control your hyper-resonance. One wrong move, and you would die.
So why don't we ask Ash to do it? Or bring up the idea to Ash? Or more specifically, he may already know, but if we work together, perhaps we could.
Well, then maybe Ash could do it.
Oh, okay. Me and Luke are on the same page.
If we see him on Mount O'Neill.
My apologies. I was unclear. It doesn't matter if it's the original or not. No one could cause a hyperresonance strong enough to destroy all of the miasma on the planet. If he had something to amplify his powers, it might be a different story.
Like what?
You don't know when to give up, do you? Something that would reduce the strain on the body when manipulating hyperresonance.
You're stalling! Like what?
The Sword of Lorelei, for one. One could gather a large amount of 7th phonons with that.
And another?
Any large quantity of 7th phonons. Let's see. Kill around 10,000 7th phonists, or at least potential 7th phonists. Of course, the recoil from the hyperresonance would cause phonon separation, killing the user as well. The miasma would disappear at the cost of 10,000 lives. A small price to some.
But that's...
impossible, obviously. Which is why I told you to forget it.
Actually, I think there might be a way for them to do it. Jade is forgetting something. There's a large set of 7th phonons in the core. Mind you, they'd have to get to the core. That's not much of a difference, but it might be exactly what they need. I guess it depends on if Lorelei is willing to sacrifice his life or not. But that might be... Oops, that's not where I meant to go. I meant to go to the inn. That might be the only answer. In fact, I have a feeling that will be the answer, and they might leave it up in the air if Luke dies or not. Potentially. This game has tackled loss pretty hard. It would not surprise me to see them kill off the main character at the very end. Or not so much kill him off, but, you know, make the game end with his death. Yeah, that's it though, guys. I think I may call it here for tonight, as I am very, very hungry. And... I think it's like almost... Yeah, it's like 15 minutes to 3 a.m. So, I think I'll call it here. Ooh, big stretch. Let me double check something real quick. But yeah, if you haven't already though, please do consider following. It is a great way to know when I go live. Additionally, I have a Twitter and a Discord down below. Great places to hang out, chill, all that good stuff. But yeah, regardless of all that though, thank you guys for hanging out. And thank you, Brad, for the raid, as well as HMS for the follow, or King, actually, I guess probably be. I'm always bad at picking out the part of a name to to nickname a FI, but HMS King, thank you for the follow earlier. But yeah, let's see here. Is anybody live?